Good morning, everyone. I would like to call the March 18th, 2024 Community and Public Services Committee meeting to order. And at this time, I would like to start in a good way by doing a land acknowledgement. I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homelands, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. Next, I will do a roll call. Councillor Rice?
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Knack?
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette?
Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Mayor, are you online with us? Not yet. He may join us later. In chamber, we're joined by Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. And I'll check if some of my other colleagues are online. Councillor Wright?
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson? Councillor Tang?
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Hamilton? Councillor Rutherford?
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Cartmell?
Morning.
Good morning. Councillor Jans?
Good morning.
Good morning. Can I please ask one of my colleagues to move adoption of the agenda?
So moved.
There are some additions to the agenda.
Can I have the wording or change on the screen? So I moved that March 18, 2024 Community and Public Service Committee meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. Addition 7.1, safe and inclusive public spaces. 7.3, long market, affordable housing options.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Any questions? Please vote. I am a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack?
Thank you. Yes, I'll move the approval of the minutes from the February 26th, 2024 Community and Public Services Committee and the March 6th, 2024 Community and Public Services Committee non-regular.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Any omissions, errors? Hearing none, please vote. I am a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Protocol items. I'm not aware of any protocol items today. And next we're going to go to select items for debate. I'll ask my colleagues to please sign up to select items for debate. Councillor Knack?
Thank you. Yes, I'll select items 7.1 and 7.2.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
All right. I would like select 7.2, but already selected by Councillor Knack.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anyone else signed up to select items, so we have 7.1 selected and 7.2. Next, we will move to vote on reports not selected for debate. Councillor Knack?
Yeah, I'll move all remaining items.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Next, we will go to request to speak. I will be,
Councillor Principe,
Oh.
before we go to the next item, may I please read the,
yes, please
reports that have
do
been-
read back the reports that have already passed. Thank you.
thank you. This morning, committee passed the recommendations of the following reports without debate. 5.1, Assisted Snow Clearing Program Pilot Project, Stakeholder Feedback with an approved revised due date of April 8th, 2024. 5.2, 2023 Arts Habitat Annual Report with an approved revised due date of June 17th, 2024. 5.3, City Grants to Nonprofit Organizations, Gaps and Overlaps, with an approved revised due date of June 17, 2024, and item 7.3, non-market affordable housing options. Thank you.
And thank you for keeping us on track and reminding me. Next, now we will go on to request to speak. So I will be calling out the names of the people who are registered to speak. And when I call out your name, if you don't mind just doing a sound check and letting us know that you can hear us and we can hear you. For panel 1, we will be starting with Nadia Bulslama. Nadia, are you there? Not yet. Echo Kaiser.
Present.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ray Madge. S.J. Lafayette.
Present.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Evan Westfall.
Present. Test 1 2, test 1 2.
We can hear you. Good morning. Finian St. Dennis. Glynis Lieb.
Present.
Good morning. David Plamondon. Nicholas Rubottom.
Present.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Alexandra Marshall. That will be for panel 1. Next, we will go to panel 2. I'll call out for Eddie Punko.
Present.
Good morning. Owen Holloway.
Present.
Good morning. Hannah Hamilton. J.C. Menin. Quinn Wade.
Present.
Good morning. Wes D.
Good morning.
Good morning. Rowan Morris.
Good morning.
Good morning. Chris Beasley.
Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Christopher Wells.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Sherry Heschuk. All right, then on item 7.2, Greg Raymond. Yes, enjoying it. So that is all the speakers we have registered at this time to speak. So I will ask my colleagues to please vote to hear from these speakers.
Yes, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Councillor inquiries, I'm not aware of any. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting. We do have 2 reports to be dealt with at a different meeting. And they were already passed. Request to reschedule reports already completed. Unfinished business, none. We are on to our public reports. So for each item, administration may provide opening remarks for a presentation. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Speakers will be heard in panels, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. You may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. Please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and refrain from using your raise hand function as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you are experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the Office of the City Clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. Also, before we begin our discussion, I want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process to ensure we hear the full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. As meeting chair, I have the responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. The type of behavior that will result in removal from the meeting includes making disrespectful comments directed at individual staff members or other public speakers or using profane language. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, clapping, cheering, or using the chat or emotion response features in the Google Meet are also not permitted. I will not provide any additional warnings, and once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being streamed live, and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. Again, my role as the chair is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure chamber behaviors are maintained to support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. I thank everyone in advance for your respectful participation in today's discussion. Now I will ask administration if they have a presentation for us on item 7.1.
Good morning, thank you. We have a few brief introductory remarks. My name is Jennifer Flaman, Deputy City Manager for Community Services. With me today online to answer any questions you may have are Stacey Galatly, Branch Manager Social Development, and Matthew Chung, Acting Manager Social Identity and Social Inclusion. This report before you today is for information and outlines a proposed approach for the City of Edmonton to engage with the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. Through this proposal, the City may wish to develop an action plan aimed at enhancing safety and inclusion aligned with the needs of this diverse community. Instances of hate and anti-2S LGBTQIA+ sentiment have arisen. This Safe and Inclusive Spaces report presents opportunities for the City's ongoing commitment to community safety and well-being for all Edmontonians. While the City has undertaken various strategies, action plans, and frameworks to support marginalized and equity-deserving communities in the past, including the integration of Gender-Based Analysis Plus, the Art of Inclusion, our Diversity and Inclusion Framework, the City of Edmonton's Indigenous Framework, and the Edmonton Anti-Black Racism Action Plan, a dedicated strategy for the 2S LGBTQ1 or IA+ community has yet to be developed. This presents an opportunity for the City to reinforce safety and foster inclusion within its policies, programs, and services benefiting all Edmontonians. This report includes a high-level plan to form a working group composed of community representatives and an external consultant. This group would be responsible for overseeing a phased engagement plan, as well as creating and validating key recommendations through a What We Heard report for the possible creation of a 2SL LGBTQIA+ action plan and advisory committee. The success of these initiatives would rely on strong relationships with the community and the application of intersectionality, ensuring that programs and services would be responsive and promote equal access for all community members. As outlined in the report, total costs to support this work range between $170,000 and $410,000, of which up to $75,000 is one-time funding required to proceed with the engagement plan. There is currently no funding designated for this initiative, and administration would require council direction in order to proceed. We'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Next, we will hear from our speakers in the first panel. I'll call for Nadia Bolslama again. Are you online?
Nadia is running late.
Okay, we'll try to come back after then. So Echo Kaiser, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
All right, thank you for having me today. My name is Echo and I use they, he pronouns. I have come to speak before you as a queer trans person who is afraid for the threat and loss of my access to healthcare, my safety, and my rights. When I was growing up, I never saw people like me. There were never trans people in the media, in politics, in grocery stores, nor in my schools. I was never taught about what queer or gay meant, never mind adults around me even acknowledging that trans was a thing that people could be. Queer topics were never spoken of and only ever overheard in disgusted whispers. Despite never being taught about the queer community and having no exposure to it in my youth, I always felt like I was different. Sure, there are other aspects of my identity that have contributed to this feeling, but it went deeper than that. I never understood what my classmates meant when they said they found a boy attractive. I never understood what they meant when they said they were happy with the changes of puberty. I never understood when girls would say they felt so pretty in the new dress they just got, while I only felt restricted and weird in mine. It took me a long time, well into my adulthood, to figure out my sexuality and gender, and now here I am, just over a year on testosterone and awaiting further gender-affirming care. Clearly, not teaching kids about queerness and transness does nothing to prevent them from being gay. My life was far from easy despite doing my best to live life as a woman, regardless of how uncomfortable it felt. Going into this, I wasn't sure how candid I wanted to be, but I firmly believe that council needs to hear the raw story of a trans person to illustrate exactly why a queer-specific advisory committee will be beneficial to the queer community in Edmonton. I'm going to offer a bit of a trigger warning here, as I will be mentioning topics of suicide and self-harm. The reason this is so important is as follows. There are no statistics on the average age of transgender people in Alberta. I looked and could not find a single solid statistic to present today. However, I did find on Statistics Canada some federal level information. In May of 2021, the Canadian population aged 15 and older had an average age of 48.0 years. By comparison, the transgender population had an average age of 39.4 years, while the non-binary population had an average age of 30.4 years. That means that, according to Canadian census information, I am nearing the statistically average end of my life for a trans non-binary person. The reason for that number being so much lower for trans and non-binary people, we keep dying, either by our own hand or the hand of someone else. I cannot tell you how many times I have attempted to die. I cannot tell you how many times or the many different ways I have harmed myself out of self-hatred, wondering why I had to be born this way while everyone else got to be quote unquote normal. I also cannot tell you just how much better my life has become once I started living it as my truest, most authentic self. I've never felt this at home in my body. This is the story of trans people that has been repeated over and over again. The queer community is in dire need of support. Every week there are rallies and events, and so many wonderful people show up, both allies and community members alike, to show that we are hurting and we need help in the face of rising queerphobia and transphobia. I have never felt so unsafe in Edmonton. I grew up here and I'm proud to call it home, but never have I felt so restricted in where I am safe to be. So many others have told me the exact same thing, and it is simply not right. With all this in mind, I strongly urge this council to move forward with the creation of a 2S LGBTQIA+ advisory committee and action plan to directly address the needs of the queer community in Edmonton in light of the rising hate and violence towards queer and trans people. The need is immediate and the time to act is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll call again for Ray Madge. Okay, Ray doesn't appear to be with us at this time. I'll call next for S.J. Lafayette.
Hi there. Am I
Hi.
coming through
Go
clear?
ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, folks. My name is S.J. Lafayette. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm the Executive Director of the Pride Center of Edmonton. I'm here today to advocate for the Council to approve the formation of an anti-transphobia, anti-queerphobia working group, and to urge for the creation of an action plan to address discrimination and hate directed towards the queer and trans community. I will be speaking today from both professional and a personal perspective. To begin with, politically, it's important for Council to acknowledge Edmonton in the broader Alberta context. While I understand city's jurisdiction does not extend to provincial, federal, or international realms, it's crucial to recognize the larger political landscape. The issue of trans youth and trans women and girls in sports is poised to be exploited in upcoming elections, both in the US presidential race this year and our next federal election expected to happen in 2025. Since the announcement of the UCP's proposed policy changes affecting trans and non-binary folks on January 31st this year, I have observed how misinformation spread by politicians is increasingly dangerously affecting the queer and trans community. The subject of trans youth and trans feminine athletes has become a political chess move, and we must be prepared for increasing attacks on these communities fueled by dangerous rhetoric expressed by these politicians as they vie for votes. For example, Pierre Poilievre, head of the federal Canadian Conservative Party, made this statement on trans women and girls just last month at a press event. Obviously, female sports, female change rooms, female bathrooms should be for females, not biological males. In the United States, there has been an alarming increase in anti-trans legislation since 2020, when only one state, Idaho, had passed anti-trans laws. That is only one state. By January this year, 22 states have banned gender-affirming care in some form or another, with another 23 prohibiting trans women and girls from sports participation. As of yesterday, the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union, reported 479 proposed anti-trans bills throughout the United States. Donald Trump has said that one of his top priorities if he's reelected in 2024 will be a sweeping federal rollback of transgender rights. This information is relevant to Alberta and subsequently Edmonton, as Premier Smith was quoted last year as suggesting the possibility of, quote, getting a cross-border agreement with Ron DeSantis, saying maybe we can develop bilateral agreements with other free states, red state jurisdictions in the US. This was in the context of applauding Ron DeSantis, the current Florida governor who is now backing Trump, his approach to standing up for quote unquote freedom. This is particularly concerning for trans and gender diverse people because Governor DeSantis has been a proponent of some of the harshest anti-trans legislations in the United States. At the Pride Center, we are experiencing distressing manifestations of this political climate. Incidents of physical assault against our community members, discriminatory practices in employment and housing, and an increase in hateful rhetoric directed at the community members are just some examples. Transgender youth accessing our programs report alarming rates of violence due to their gender nonconformity, both at home and from peers. It is not uncommon for us to receive calls and emails from the public claiming that we are trying to, quote, groom children. Community members report rampant and increasing discrimination in various places where they seek support, such as shelters, social services, law enforcement, and hospitals. On a personal level, as a 43-year-old trans man who has lived in Edmonton almost my entire life, I've been aware of being gender non-conforming from my earliest memories, and I have observed societal attitudes towards the trans community over many years in this province and the city. In my opinion, the irony is the more positive representation there is for the queer community and the trans community, and the more confidence the community gains, the more danger we face. I actually left my profession as an electrician in June 2020, in large part due to the frequent derogatory and sometimes violent language and comments made by fellow coworkers and supervisors about marginalized communities, including queer and trans folks. I've often thought over the last 4 years how thankful I am to no longer be in that work environment, as queer and trans issues have received increasing media attention. Additionally, I regularly think I'm thankful I was a trans teen in the 1990s as opposed to now. Council, we need this working group. The need is dire, the stakes are high, and sometimes life or death, and the time for action is now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Evan Westfall. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Evan Westfall. I want to express why this is a pressing need to City Council. And so the first thing I want to start off with is that a lot of our citizens deeply care about this. There have been protests in support of trans rights every single week for more than the last month. And sometimes people mistakenly think this is just a provincial issue, but these people are protesting in support of city issues. I participated in an event called Sing with Love, which was a gathering in solidarity of queer and trans folks in the city of Edmonton. We performed music at McDougall United Church and protested in support of trans rights. We filled that venue to capacity. 91 choirs in the city participated, so a huge amount of people are expressing a need to you city councilors, saying, hey, we need to do something about this to make people feel safer. I'm a member of the queer community. Lots of my friends are too. And in the last 2 years, we've experienced more hate crimes, more threats of assault than we've ever experienced in our lives. I understand that's sort of subjective, so I also wanted to include more objective measures within my speech as well too. So firstly, I want to say that Edmonton is falling behind other cities that are doing really great work in this field. Calgary already released a safe and inclusive bylaw limiting the distance people can protest on city property to make it safer for drag story times at their public libraries. They're proposing a sound application restriction law that would restrict sound applications for the purposes of hate crimes, which I think our city desperately needs to make White Avenue a safer space. Cities in like Toronto, Vancouver, and Hamilton have 2S LGBTQ plus action groups that are doing great work. And I think we need to show them that Edmonton isn't going to follow behind, that Edmonton will be a leader in social equity for gender and sexual diversity. Our city already addresses forms of inequity, like we have anti-racism working groups and committees like ARAC. And so I think it naturally just follows suit that we need to be focusing on anti-homophobia and anti-transphobia as well. It's imperative. City Council has also put a lot of emphasis on supporting issues like houselessness. And it's important to note that transphobia, homophobia, and houselessness are inextricably linked. Homeward Trust estimates that of unhoused youth in the city of Edmonton, 40% of those are two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, etc. So if we're addressing this hate, it's going to ease pressures and tensions on houselessness. We can't do this work looking only from one angle. We have to take an intersectional approach to make the city a safer space. I think it's also important to note that queer serving organizations experience hate and threats. Pride Corner on White Ave in the last 2 years has received gun threats. They've received direct threats with a weapon, such as a baseball bat. I liaised with Edmonton Police Services to just ask them some questions about hate crimes. I liaised with Sergeant David Chow to try and get some data on hate crimes. And he said that they're grossly underrepresented in the city. So from his perspective, I was able to gather that the community does not feel safe liaising with police, and that has sort of led to a huge number of issues being unaddressed and growing much worse and much more dangerous than they should be. So it is imperative that City Council address these issues. We need to make Edmonton a leader in this. We need to make sure we're standing up for justice and equity, and we need to make sure that we're following through when people present an issue or a need. This issue or need was presented to City Council previously, and it was decided at that time, or my understanding was that people didn't feel like there was a need. There's been a more pressing need now than ever for the city of Edmonton to address homophobia, transphobia, and all forms of discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. I used to feel safe in the city and I don't. And this is a step that City Council can do to make me feel safer as a citizen and can make the 1,000 people that showed up to the Sing with Love protest feel safe, and can make the more than 10% of our population who identifies as 2S LGBTQ+ feel safe in the city. Thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you. Next, I'll call again for Finian St. Dennis. Not with us yet. Glynis Lieb, please go ahead.
Hi. Yes, thank you. Glennis Lieb, she, her pronouns. I'm the executive director of the Firefly Institute for Sexual and Gender Diversity here in Edmonton. And I am also the surviving spouse of a trans partner who was lost recently. So this is professional and it's very personal to me. And I'm very glad that I'm appreciative that's being heard today. And thank you to everybody who's come out. And thank you to my colleagues who have illustrated a lot of the statistics already, because that's really important. And I wanted to start by saying that, what politicians say, what levels of government say matters. And a lot of us are here today because we've seen that in a very negative light in the last little while. And we've seen the impact that the proposed provincial bills have had on our community. And I'm here because I also saw the impact that City Council had a few years ago when Councillor Paquette initiated a move to fight conversion therapy. And at that time, people said, well, what can City do about that? And my answer at that time is the same as it is today, is that City can send a message, that City Council can send a message to our community about who's included, who's not, what's acceptable, what's not. And I think this is so incredibly important. It was important then. And one of the things that happened then was, I think, people who were progressive minded, were accepting of our community, didn't really realize that there was still a struggle. And so what we saw at that time were that the folks who would aim to to suppress our community showed up in droves, and it was very hard to get folks who cared about our community out, not because they didn't care, but because they couldn't imagine that there was still a problem. And I think what's been illustrated in the last few years is that there is still a problem, particularly with the gender diverse members of our community, particularly with non-white members of our community. And what's also been demonstrated is that this is repeating history in how our community is often the canary in the coal mine when politicians, when various public interest groups and that are looking to push back and to suppress and to distract from other social problems. And I truly believe that's what's happening here, is that we are being used as a litmus test to see what the public will follow along. And the attack on Drag Queen Storytime was no accident. It was intentional. It was that poking and looking to see what the public will follow, how the public can be distracted from other things that are happening in this province. And we've seen it now with the push towards these bills, that many of which have been proven to not make sense, to not be doable, to not be necessary, but it's still drawing attention to our community at a time when people are struggling socially, they're struggling financially, they don't have the services and supports that they need post-COVID in a time that's really tough for people. And it's very easy to scapegoat folks, to draw attention away from the real problems that are happening, the real lack of services, the way that money is being spent that is not being spent to support our community. And as folks previous to me have illustrated, our community has become that scapegoat again. And we've seen historically what happens to our community and to other equity deserving communities when they are scapegoated to draw attention away from the real source of struggles people are experiencing. And as people have very eloquently said before me, people will die because of this. They will die by their own hand. They will die by other people's hands, because that's what's happened historically. We've seen it. We've already seen a rise in violence, not only since 2016, when we've seen the rise in populist movements globally, and with that, the rise in hate crimes across equity deserving groups. But in the last couple of months since Daniel Smith's announcement, people are telling stories about being targeted in public, about children being targeted in public. As other folks have said, people are talking about no longer feeling safe to be out in the community, to perform drag, to be out, and we're seeing that as well. We're seeing entities that we do work with suddenly not being sure about whether they can allow us to come in and do the work that we continue to do, about what they can say, about what they can't, and so people are pulling back out of fear, even people who support our community. And so we're now moving towards increased isolation again. And just at a time when we were making strides towards normalizing gender diversity and sexual diversity. And as one of the other speakers really eloquently stated, we see that anytime an equity deserving group makes great strides, there is great pushback. And so I really want to urge the city to pass this motion today. You made a difference with conversion therapy. You can make a difference today. And I also think that this is something that we can do in the interest of truth and reconciliation as well, because this isn't new information. We colonized this land, and we brought with it our ideas of gender binary and of heteronormity. And we can listen
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. You're 5 minutes up, but thank you
No
for
worries.
sharing
Thank
your
you.
message. Next, I'll call again for David Plamondon. Not with us yet. I'll call Nicholas Rubottom. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, committee and other members of council in attendance. My name is Nicholas Rubottom. My pronouns are he, him. As Vice Chair and Director of Advocacy for the Alberta LGBTQ+ Chamber of Commerce, I'm here to express our strong support for the initiative outlined in administration's report regarding the development of a 2S LGBTQIA+ Community Advisory Committee and Action Plan. The report from administration highlights the urgent need to address increasing incidents of hate and anti-2S LGBTQIA+ sentiment in our province and across Canada. It is imperative that we reinforce safety measures and foster inclusivity within our city's policies and services, especially in light of recent gender policies announced by our province. I will not mince words. Through exclusionary legislation, our province has created an unsafe environment for queer and trans folks in our community. The proposed action plan by administration is a lifeline for our community at this time. We are pleased to see that the proposed engagement plan solicits insight and feedback from the community at the onset. Establishing a working group led by community members will ensure a comprehensive engagement process that reflects the diverse experiences within our community. This approach will also optimize the city's resource management for effective implementation in later phases of work. In considering the involvement of stakeholders, I emphasize the integral role of queer-owned and operated businesses. These businesses are deeply connected to our community and can provide unique perspectives on creating safe and inclusive public spaces. Engaging queer businesses will leverage their expertise, resources, and insights to develop effective strategies meeting our community's needs. Moreover, it is crucial to hire a consultant with both expertise in diversity, equity, and inclusion-based engagement and lived experience as a member of our community. This consultant will guide the engagement process to ensure it is meaningful, authentic, and representative of diverse voices. We also recommend seeking a consultant locally, as nuances in communication and inclusion within an Alberta context are vital for successful engagement. Lastly, I stress the importance of brand identity through placemaking. In addition to social benefits, there are significant economic advantages to inclusivity at both provincial and municipal levels. As Alberta projects continued population growth, promoting our province and cities as welcoming spaces for everyone is essential. By highlighting Edmonton as a queer destination city, we can signal to families and young entrepreneurs from the 2S LGBTQIA+ community outside our province that Edmonton is a place not only to visit, but where they can thrive. In conclusion, the Alberta LGBTQ+ Chamber of Commerce fully supports the City of Edmonton administration's efforts in developing this Community Advisory Committee and Action Plan. By collaborating with our community and leveraging the expertise of queer-owned businesses and community groups, we can create a more inclusive and welcoming city for all our residents. Thank you for your attention on this matter. I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, I'll call it again for Alexandra Marshall. Okay, and then I'll call again for Nadia Boslama.
Hello.
Oh, sorry, Nadia. Sorry to interrupt. I just called for you, but I see Alex Marshall did.
Yeah, sorry. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, so we'll go with Alex Marshall. I'll come back to you soon, Nadia.
So sorry about that. Thank you so much. Hello, Council. My name is Alex Marshall. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a citizen of Edmonton and a volunteer and worker for the Firefly Institute for Gender and Sexual Diversity. Thanks for providing me an opportunity to speak today. I'm here to talk about the 2S LGBTQ+ working group that is proposed to Council. I want to speak a little bit about my experiences working with queer and trans youth and families in surrounding Edmonton, as well as some of the personal experiences that I've had in the city. One of the big things that we've seen with the recent announcements by the provincial government is just a huge increase in the number of youth in particular feeling scared, feeling unsupported in their schools, in their communities, and sometimes even within their families. The work that we do is to support them and to give them the best resources that they have, but one of the things that they're always looking for the most is that their community supports them. And Edmonton is definitely not immune to the changes that have occurred and the tenor that has come to this province after announcements. Edmonton is a city known for its diversity, its inclusivity, and a lot of the work that's been done historically to support people throughout to make it a great place to work, live, and grow. But many of the youth that we support say that they hear and see more and more homophobia and transphobia within their schools, within their communities, with the recent changes that have occurred that have kind of given permission for people to treat them less than they would. We know that our youth in this city are much more vulnerable to things like houselessness or other barriers such as addictions if they're members of the 2S LGBTQ+ community. And for those of us who work with those youth, it's not surprising at all. We know that when folks feel any sort of discrimination, when they're experiencing any sort of marginalization or othering, it's much more likely that they're going to experience those really negative outcomes. And so when we think about what we can do to support them, I think a working group like this that has people thinking about the supports that can be granted to people, the ways that we can reach out to us LGBTQ+ youth, the ways that we can tell people within the city that they're welcomed, that they're allowed to be themselves within our city, is how we support and how we prevent some of those most negative outcomes. Particularly as I believe Glynis Lee was saying before, we know that 2S LGBTQ+ youth who are Indigenous or Two-Spirit and Indigiqueer folks within the city are some of the most vulnerable and some of the most likely to have those poor outcomes when they experience the sort of negativity and marginalization that's really common to our community. Additionally, just myself as a trans woman who was born and raised just outside of Edmonton and has lived in Edmonton ever since I came here for university and have loved the city and come back again and again. I know that there are things that happen. I know that there are statements said. I've heard myself comments and homophobia and transphobia said to myself and to people I know. And the more and more that we hear that, the more and more it's hard to believe that there's a hope and a plan in the city to prevent and to support people such as myself. So I would just ask that the City Council take that into consideration and hopefully vote yes on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Nadia Boslama. Please go ahead.
Hello, Council. My name is Nadi Buslama. My pronouns are she, they, and I am a longtime member of WAVE Advisory Committee and have been chair of its policy subcommittee for the last 2 years. I am grateful to be here today speaking not only on behalf of WAVE, but also as a queer person living in Edmonton. I've come to show my support for the Safe and Inclusive Public Spaces report, especially the recommendation of the formation of a 2S LGBTQIA+, a specific advisory board, so these community voices have an opportunity to be heard at City Council. For these members of council who for the members of council who attended the lunch and learn on the increased discrimination towards the 2S LGBTQ community back in spring of 2023, you might remember the mention of a 2018 report. This report also pressed the importance of creating a 2S LGBTQ action plan and advisory committee, but did not move forward. And here we are today, looking at the next iteration of this report. Now more than ever, City Council needs to take a stand to show its support of the queer community and take steps towards creating a more safe and inclusive Edmonton for us. It has been almost a decade since the original report was released, and the call to action only grows louder today. Edmonton needs a 2S LGBTQ+ action plan to support this community, especially in light of the increased fear and discrimination, the January 31st proposed changes announced by our provincial government, which will greatly affect our queer and trans youth. It is my understanding that this work didn't move forward back in 2018 due to budget constraints and not enough community support. I think it is safe to say that Edmonton is demanding support for as queer folks and allies alike are out every week protesting since the proposed changes. Councillor Jan, Stevenson, and Cartmel can all speak to the fear in our community as they were in the attendance of the 2S LGBTQ Chamber of Commerce Action Summit, discussing the current and future negative impacts that the proposed provincial changes will have on our youth, our community, and the city as a whole. I've been working closely with councillors like Councillor Rice, Rutherford, and Wright, and know their dedication to creating safe and inclusive Edmonton. I ask you all to take a stand against discrimination and show our community and its allies that Edmonton is an inclusive city that supports its most vulnerable people. WAVE has sent a briefing note to all councillors in support of the recommendations proposed by the Safe and Inclusive Public Spaces report, and we hope you will vote in favor too. Thank you so much.
And thank you. Next, I will call again for Ray Madge. Not here. Finian St. Dennis? No. And David Plamondon. Okay, so we've heard from the speakers in our first panel. I'll ask my colleagues to please sign up to ask questions of our speakers, and I'll go to Councillor Knack first.
Thank you, but actually at the moment I don't have any questions. Really appreciated all the presentations.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford? Sorry, Councillor Rutherford. I'm going to go to Mayor Sohi. Mayor Sohi, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. First of all, want to take a moment to thank everyone for joining us in this very, very important conversation and showing solidarity with the community. And Nicholas, I had a chance to see you at the Chamber of Commerce breakfast with the Finance Minister. I want to publicly acknowledge the courage that you demonstrated in that meeting, asking the question to the minister about the changes that province is instituting and how they will negatively impact the ability for our city to attract business, attract young people, and retain young people. I really want to admire that courage that you have demonstrated that day. I want to go to Glynis for questions. Glynis, you mentioned that, scapegoating members of the trans community can have severe implications for the rest of the minority communities, right? It's not that once you start picking vulnerable people and start marginalizing them, there's a ripple effect, as well as there's also, you give social license to groups to attack other minority groups as well. Can you elaborate on that?
Absolutely, and thank you for the question, Mayor. I appreciate it, and I appreciate your support. And I think, again, I'm coming at this as a social psychologist by background. I've done a fair bit of work looking at So what I'm speaking to the plan of
Glynis, sorry to interrupt.
movement when there's
Glynis, we're having a hard time hearing you.
I know, Glennis, we can't hear you clearly. Maybe I'll go to Nadia, because Nadia is also part of the Women's Advisory Group, and that is also a very diverse group, not only tackling gender inequity issues. So maybe maybe can you elaborate on my question, Nadia, how it's kind of such a ripple effect in the entire community?
Sorry, can I have you repeat the question one more time? I just want to kind of formulate a thought while I hear you say it again.
So my question was related to what Glynis was talking earlier, that, when you start picking on one minority group for whatever political motives you might have, it can also lead to very negative consequences for other minority groups, because it gives social license to forces out there that don't appreciate our diversity and don't appreciate our inclusive approach to building a city that is for everyone.
Yes. So I suppose I'll just speak to my own personal knowledge, not necessarily on behalf of WAVE to this, but I can see what Glennis is saying in the respect that, for example, the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, they came up at a time in which things were really, really, really dangerous for Black Muslim women. And we saw a massive decrease in hate crimes towards them once that advisory committee was created. So I think when you show that you don't support a group, and I will speak to the fact that this has been the second time that we've seen a report that has made suggestions that we need to do more to support our queer community. And yet we haven't done anything about it. And so I have seen just an increased stacking effect of hate towards this group. And I think when you show that one specific group is left to be discriminated against, then it just opens up the door to allow people to see that we don't take a stand on discrimination and hate in this city. And then it just allows people to come through and build up more. And we start to see more and more different groups that are joined in amongst the discrimination. I'm not sure if that answers your question. If you'd like me to elaborate, please.
No, I think it does. I think the example you're giving is absolutely a very important example, because we saw hate crimes against Black Muslim women wearing a hijab going up, and we took leadership, and we saw a decline in those incidents. Still, we have a long way to go, but I think we need to show the same type of leadership for every minority group that faces marginalization and get targeted because who they are.
And if I may just add one other comment, WAVE and Councillor Rutherford and Wright can speak to this. We've spoken quite a bit about how WAVE, in fact, can help, with the community. And it's kind of come, especially for Echo and I, we cannot put the work of a community on other committees that already exist because the voices are not heard loud enough. We need to have a diverse group because the queer community is diverse. We have so many different types of people. We have, queer people who are disabled. We have queer people of color. We have got so many things. So we really need to have specific voices that really represent the entirety of the community being together in order to come. Because I will say that being on an advisory committee for the last 4 years, I have direct access to counselors. And some of you know me because you've seen me around. And I want to be able to have our community's voice also be present and at City Council as well. Thank you so much for your question.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Councillor Rutherford. Go ahead.
Yes, I guess just first to Glynis, did you have anything further to add?
Thank you, Councillor. And sorry, I ditched my headset, so hopefully this is better. And that too. I just wanted to quickly say, and thanks, Nadia, that was wonderful. And I wanted to say to Mayor Sohi to thank you for the question. And my concern is, as a social psychologist and someone who has studied genocide, and as a first-generation Canadian, and that whose father fled genocide during World War II, I think this is a pattern, and so this is bigger than our community, and that's what I really want to emphasize. It's bigger than our community. We've seen this historically, and that where there's existing tensions, people are struggling, and when people are struggling, they get more insular and they want to understand why. And it's very easy to point people towards a scapegoat to distract them from the real sources of their financial troubles, their social troubles, etc. The 2S LGBTQ community was scapegoated and targeted prior to World War II during the Holocaust. We've seen this rising in other countries as times get tough, and we're seeing it here too. And this is a very effective tactic that is deadly, to distract from what the source of people's struggles and point towards marginalized communities. And our community is often targeted first. And if it's successful, you will see other equity-seeking groups be pointed towards and targeted as well. And so this is bigger than us. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just have a question to either Nadia or Echo. With regards to WAVE, I know we've got the letter. They're a big champion for this work to progress forward. One of the things that I asked about in the that I'm contemplating is in the annual report for 2024, I asked administration about the hours for WAVE, and they were not reduced when WAVE went from 5 subcommittees to 1 subcommittee. And I just wanted to get, if I know you can't speak on behalf of WAVE necessarily, but your thoughts, either of you, on, because there is 2 parts to it, moving this forward, the one-time funding and then the project management piece for $80,000. Obviously, we need to be mindful of using our resources to their max capacity that already exist. So I'm just wanting your thoughts on that. Yeah, give you the floor before I have that. I'll be asking those questions to admin, but I just wanted to know if you had any thoughts on that.
If Echo's okay, I'm just going to step in and answer this one. I've been thinking quite a bit about the budgetary constraints, because that was one part that was difficult when this came before. Now, the one thing that did come out of the 2018 report was there was the formation of the Pride at the City. One of my thoughts for admin was possibly that those 2 elements could maybe come together. If we created a 2S LGBTQ advisory board, possibly it could kind of work together with Pride at the City. Much like the way that Women's Initiative originally kind of was like the lead, and then WAVE was kind of just a subcommittee of volunteering citizens with it. For hours, we don't really have a great scope of what the hours would be reduced by with the taking away of subcommittees, because that only just has happened. I think that would take another term to really see the changes in effect there. I would imagine that, once you no longer have 5 subcommittees each having a meeting going on during the week and whatnot, even if you were just to have one main meeting a month for this committee to start, that would drastically reduce the hours of admin time and therefore probably help with the budgetary constraints.
Yeah, and also, like, I hear that, and I wonder if, and I hate doing this because it doesn't create consistency, but in the absence of that information for 2024, I wonder if it is better for one-time funding for 2024, that then once we get a sense of how, and not just your subcommittee, many advisory committees have reduced their subcommittee hours, how that's panned out in terms of capacity, if that's a further conversation that needs to happen into 2025. But I also understand the risk and the apprehension given the history of, from 2018 and budgets being a big hang up on this piece too. So just trying to be mindful and grapple with that.
And I think Councillor Rutherford, one thing that you're pointing out is that we had talked about previously was concerns about this committee not being formed in a timely fashion. So I would personally say one-time funding, at least to create that, so that the city has an opportunity to see the type of great work that can be done. And I think that the committee would speak to itself. I know for myself, I, in solidarity with my community, chose to resign from WAVE in hopes that the city will put out and create a 2S LGBTQ advisory committee, of which I am happy to help create. I donate tons of my time to the city as it is, and I think that it's valuable. And I know there are other community members who are willing to do the same. And, speaking of honorarium, I'm sure that there are community members who would be very much willing to not receive an honorarium to help that budget come down in order to ensure that this work can be done.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that last idea, but I appreciate the sentiment.
I feel like we're desperate. Please.
I'm out of time. I appreciate those answers. And sorry, Echo, we didn't get to you. Maybe Councillor Wright's up next, so maybe she'll follow up.
Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. And I just want to extend a thank you to Nadia for the briefing that WAVE provided to council. I wasn't aware of the history of trying to bring this committee together. So thank you very much for that. And so I do see the urgency from the community. So thank you to WAVE and all the community members there. I do have a question for Echo, and I'm not sure whether this is something personal or too personal to ask. So please don't feel that you have to answer. But first of all, I just want to say thank you for your courage in coming forward today and giving us some insight into what you've experienced as a transgender person. And I know I think we need to bring that to light. But I'm just wondering, you talked about that you're, sorry, excuse me, currently awaiting gender affirming care. And I'm wondering if that care would have been, would it have been different with the care that you're receiving now? Would that have been different had you had access to the puberty blocking therapies in your younger days?
That's really hard to say because I wasn't aware of I didn't know what my gender was when I was younger. So I can't really say whether it would have been easier or harder because that's just not what happened for me. What I will say is, like, if this advisory committee gets going, my hope is that it would become a resource for other transgender people. It took me a long time to figure out how to even go about transitioning. There just wasn't, I had a hard time finding resources. I had a hard time finding information. I had a hard time finding doctors. And then a doctor I did find, the clinic shut down, and it took me years to get to the point of even being able to be on testosterone. And now I've been on a wait list for further gender affirming care for over 2.5 years. I think it comes down to ultimately just like a lack of resources, a lack of information for transgender people. And that's why this is so important. It would have helped me, and 100% it'll help other people in the future.
Okay, that's good to know that we can do something now. We can take that action now that will help others going forward. So thank you very much for that, Echo. I'm just also, I think I had a question for Evan. You talked about people not reporting these types of crimes and that. And I think you would talk to Constable Chow, was it, with the Edmonton Police? I'm just wondering, what's some of the reasons why people don't report the crimes? Or is there other ways that they can report so we can get these stats?
Yeah, thank you so much. Some of the reasons why people don't report is often a tenuous history between Edmonton Police Services and the citizens of Alberta. Historically, queer and trans people have been arrested for their identities, most notably the Pisces bathhouse raids, where Edmonton Police Services arrested queer people, took photos of them naked, published lists of their names. So that's created tensions where people don't feel particularly safe with police, especially if we look at our colleagues who are Two-Spirit. Police services have also caused significant issues with Indigenous communities and torn Indigenous families apart. And so some folks who are Two-Spirit might not feel as comfortable with this. So there's a huge amount of work that needs to be done to bridge the gap between the queer and trans community and Edmonton Police Services. And until we can do that, citizens likely won't be safe, and we will continue to have elevated rates of crime experienced by queer and trans populations, as well as houselessness.
Okay, thank you. I attended a workshop or presentation last week on being an active bystander, and I learned of another site for reporting called stophateab.ca. Are you familiar with that? Would people be, just so we can gather some statistics and data, and that is that an alternative that they could use?
Yeah, you know what? I think like if we formed this committee, I think that's a question the committee could answer really effectively. And I would be hesitant to answer it alone as just a sole member of the community. But I think if we had a meeting of the minds of queer and trans citizens throughout the province and leaders of not-for-profits, I think those are amazing questions that they could answer and address very effectively.
Hence the need for this new committee. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Evan.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Tang, please go ahead.
Okay, great, wonderful. Thank you all so much for your bravery and stepping forward and sharing these your perspectives and stories at a time that is it feels incredibly charged. I'll maybe start and also I just want to say, I have some questions, but I think it's pretty loud and clear that in this current political state and environment, a city action would mean, quite a lot to the community by sending a strong message. Maybe I'll start with Nicholas. I think we've talked a lot about kind of the economic impact to this province with the current conversation. I'm just, I guess, curious, like what kind of response are you getting to when, the chamber puts out these kinds of statements? Do you feel there's any kind of openness there?
Oh yeah, totally. I feel that just recently with the Business Community Action Summit that we held here in Edmonton last Tuesday, we're doing another one in Calgary at the end of the month. We've had overwhelming response from the business community.
Sorry, maybe if I can reframe that, do you feel there's any positive response from when you ask a question to Minister Horner, for example?
No.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
when I asked that question at the chamber breakfast, which was the same day, I really felt that the question was dodged. And what was concerning about that is so much of the provincial budget presentation was built on the premise that projected revenues and projected population growth that we're going to see here in Alberta is built on continued migration into Alberta.
Mm-hmm.
Built on the idea that people will want to come here because we're a welcoming province. And that speaks to kind of the brand identity of our province and what we have to offer. And when I think about the exclusionary legislation that's been put out as of late towards gender identity, it's the complete opposite of that.
Yeah.
The kind of people we're trying to attract are not going to feel welcome here. And I can speak from experience, having many friends within the trans community and queer community in general. They just go to BC or they go to Toronto or they go to Quebec. They'll go somewhere else.
Yeah, no, great. Thank you for that addition. I want to turn to the way folks. Thank you, Nadia, Echo, for both being here. I had a question, but I think I'm hearing what you're saying too is, my understanding of WAY, for example, is that it is also meant to be inclusive of gender diverse community issues, but even then, it's not enough that you are willing to step down and actually participate in a very dedicated committee to have some very dedicated conversations that issues that your community is facing might get buried if we continue with the current structure. Is that right? Or I guess maybe Nadia?
Yes. That is my hope. That was my hope by stepping down, was to show that WAVE cannot, you know, the people who I've been part of a few recruitments for WAVE, and I have seen the resumes that come through, and the people who are wanting to join WAVE are not joining to work for, you know, doing gender diverse work. They come on and they're taking it on because they are amazing human beings. And so truly, it is not fair to ask of them to speak to things that they just don't know about. And so hope was that, you know, by stepping down, it might show that there is a need. And yes, I have been dedicatedly working very hard with ECHO, Evan Westfall, Councillor Rutherford and Wright, to kind of create, hopefully create, I guess I should say, a 2S LGBTQ advisory committee so that we can really tackle the specific needs. And as I stated before, the beautiful thing about advisory committees is that we have access to counselors, and we need to have more specifically queer individuals being able to access you and you hear our concerns, because the work that these committees do is invaluable to the city, as far as I've seen over the past 4 years. And the work really does show, as we've seen with the anti-racism committee, as we saw in vehicle for hire, when that came to council, when the different committees work together.
Okay, no, that's excellent as a way to keep the conversation elevated, right? And you know, I appreciate the especially in the WAVE letter, the reference to the 2016 report, which is done by the Social Planning Council. And it wasn't until 2 years later that the city had its own report, I guess, in response to that. And for those who might not be familiar with these, I'm just wondering if you can talk about
Councillor
that social.
Tang, I'm
Oh,
sorry,
am I done?
your time
Darn.
is up.
Okay.
Yeah, you can come
All
around
right.
for another round. I know the mayor would like to have another round. So, Mr. Mayor, please go ahead.
Oh, great, thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Chair Principe. I know WAVE won't be part of the city's delegation to ask questions, answer questions when we ask questions to administration, but that's why I'm taking this opportunity to come back to you, Nadia. I know resources are always constrained, but I also recognize this is very important work. And the last time this was in front of council in 2019, resources were constrained as well and work did not proceed. So recognizing the limited resources, but I also want to make sure that we are moving forward, right? And I appreciate you stepping up and saying, community members will volunteer. But I also want to make sure that we do the work in a good way, in an expedited way, and absolutely value volunteers. Just want to can you build on that? Maybe can WAVE, if we were to give one-time funding, maybe allocate additional resources on top of that one-time funding to the WAVE committee, instead of creating one-time full-time position within city administration. Would that help expedite some of the work?
You know, this is part of my fear, is that with budgetary constraints that it would be pushed on to another advisory committee. And honestly, I think my answer would be no. I think members of WAVE had made it very clear that yes, they do feel that there needs to be a specific 2S LGBTQ advisory committee.
Oh, absolutely, but that's maybe I'm not framing my question right. We create a committee, and we allocate one-time funding to advance their work. Absolutely important, but there's also a proposal to have one full-time position created within the administration on top of one-time funding, which is going to cost $80,000. So what I'm saying, is there possibility of using part of that $80,000 in a different way, that we empower the community to do that action plan, at the same time oversee their work until that committee come up with a plan?
I would lean towards yes. I know for myself, I would happily put myself in that position if it meant the work could go forward. So I know that I can't be the only one in our community who would be willing to take a step forward and do something so that we can make this move forward, especially in a timely manner. So I would say yes. I can only speak to myself, and I can tell you I will happily fill that position if you need. So whatever is needed. Yeah.
The idea would be that we allocate the funding to create the advisory committee. Then that advisory committee will engage with the broader community to come up with the action plan. And some organization within the community will support that work, right? Maybe coordinating meetings and agenda management, all that needs to happen instead of having a full-time position created within the administration to oversee their work. That's where I'm kind of heading.
Sorry to interrupt. Would it be possible, though, to still have access to admin? Like, say,
Absolutely. We'll ask those questions to administration as well. What is the best way and the effective, fastest way with the limited resources to move forward on this? Because I do not want to delay this work, right? And
I hate to throw Christine. I hate to throw Christine Causing into the mix, but I would say that she is highly in support, and I mean, she has been such a wonderful resource for WAVE, and I would imagine that even she would likely be willing to help as well, and she is an admin staff that is working at the City of Edmonton for advisory committees.
Yeah.
Not just before, but I do think she would be helpful.
And if the community decides that a full-time dedicated resource from city is required, then we will fund that as well, right? I just want to know if that, just questioning if that is needed at this time. So thank you so much, appreciate that.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Yeah.
Councillor Tang, please go ahead.
Sure, great, thank you. I was sort of thinking about kind of the work ahead, assuming, there's a motion generating from this committee. Nadia, you referenced the WAVE letter referenced the 2016 report. There's a 2018 council report. There's a lot of work already there. There's 5 recommendations from that earlier report, and I'm looking at them right now. Things around research and sort of funding, et cetera, are still very much relevant today. So, when I think about this next phase of having a consultant do the engagement work, and kind of eventually working with the community to develop an action plan. But I guess I'm just wondering if you can speak to a little bit about kind of the existing work that's already been done. Are we starting from scratch here? Is there some way kind of to rethink about how we expend the resource so that we're not starting from scratch and be more, efficient with the time and the resource?
So I would say that no, that we're not starting from scratch. This topic, as you have noted, has started in 2016 with the original gaps in services to the 2S LGBTQ community. And that would be the report, yes, that came to council in 2018. So I think that we've already done a large portion of the research. I was speaking with Sharon Wadi, who was involved in writing the current report. And as she had mentioned, they have gathered so much research. And although this is a vote for more information, I feel very confident that they have done a lot of footwork as it is already doing the research to figure out what's going on in other municipalities, as well as what's happening within our city. So I would say that, no, we're not starting from scratch at all. I think that we have known for a while that there are things that need to be done. And it's just now we are so fortunate to have wonderful counselors who really want to make a change. And so I'm just hoping that the work that has already been done internally by your dedicated city employees can be picked up and that research can just carry forward from what's already been started.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Question.
Yeah, thank you. And I was also hearing from, Evan's presentation earlier that there potentially are some very concrete data that needs to be collated, for example, around anti-LGBTQ2S plus crime, for example. I guess maybe question to Glynis or SJ, anything kind of at the university level or I think the community or community-driven research, for example, that can contribute to this foundation as we look ahead.
Absolutely. I think that, and thank you for that question. And SJ can, of course, jump into, again, one of the privileges we have as being part of the University of Alberta with Fireflies. We've been around for 20 years now. We've been producing a lot of this research. So the programming and services that we've provided have been founded in research, a lot of it that's come from in-house. So we can absolutely provide research and backing that looks at the experiences over the last 2 decades of 2S LGBTQ folk, particularly youth. We can also point to research that shows the broader benefits when there are inclusive policies and legislation introduced at a broader level, even within schools. For instance, research has shown that in schools where there are GSAs, we see a decrease in discrimination, increase in inclusion of all people. And interestingly, one of the groups that has been shown in schools to benefit the most when it comes to wellness has been cis straight males, where there is policies. Because again, there's that, it is that erosion of that kind of, the competitiveness, the so-called toxic masculinity, all those things that allow people to be who they are. So we can point you to all the all the research we have.
Okay.
I could send it to you for sure.
No, amazing. Thank you. SJ, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, we have to do pretty robust data collection processes for a lot of our grant funding. So we are very much real time, are able to keep our tabs on the heartbeat of what's going on. And then because we provide a safe space for people to be, and that's such a crucial piece of support that the 2S LGBTQIA community needs. And through the people that work at the Pride Center, a lot of the community members coming in, because of the level of safety and relationship they develop with those folks, we're able to, in, like I said, real time, not just from a data collection perspective, but from a relationship perspective, to really convey a lot of what people are feeling, which they might not be talking about in other spaces as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'm out of time. Thank you all.
Thank you. And thank you to our panel 1 speakers for sharing your thoughts and your personal stories as well. Next, before we go to hear from the panel 2 speakers, I would like to move that we vote to add a new speaker, that we add Cheyenne Miko Kiyu. Please vote on adding a new speaker.
I'm yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We're just waiting on one vote. Mayor Sohi?
I voted yes, yeah.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. So next we'll go on to panel 2 speakers, starting with Eddie Punko. Eddie, please go ahead.
Hello. I'm not sure if my camera is working and my cats are being loud, but we'll make it work. So my name is Eddie Punko. My pronouns are he, him. I'm a longtime volunteer with the Pride Center of Edmonton, and I have worked really hard to help provide a safe space for trans and gender diverse youth to go to when they feel like that the world is against them. At this time, I cannot ignore what is happening in our country. Just because it is not happening in our province, in our city, in our community, it does not mean it is not something of our concern. We see the direct attack by municipalities and government on queer community and its youth. We see the trend of transphobic policies that are making their way across Canada, hopping from province to province. And we see the same things happening in our cities and towns with the removals of representation in public spaces. These policies are made under the guise of care, concern, neutrality, and fact. And yet we rarely hear of 2S LGBTQIA+ opinions and concern being taken into account. I think my camera has frozen. I'll just turn it off for now. During the creation of these policies, too often minorities are not included in the conversations that directly impact them. And while the personal is political, the rights and concerns of queer people are not to be publicly debated without us. So I appreciate you opening the floor for all these wonderful people to speak today. With the mounting social stigma that I see around me towards queer people, I worry about the safety of the youth that I work with, my friends, my chosen family. I worry about my youth taking the train home from school, and I worry about what they deal with in what is supposed to be the safety of their home. And while I may be an adult queer person, I fear that that does not protect me from the hate that is being fed by misinformation and fear. I feel it is crucial that we have a group to address the mounting transphobia, queerphobia, and homophobia that is not only being enacted on an individual level, but also by municipalities and governments. I see the strength in my community, but I also see the danger that my peers face when they put themselves in the line of fire to protect our community members. I ask that you join the fight against hate and help me keep my safe spaces safe. Thank you.
And thank you. Next, we'll go to Owen Holloway. Owen, please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Owen Holloway. I am a queer educator in the city here. I want to begin by thanking City Council, particularly Councillor Rutherford, for engaging with the community and getting us to this point. The lunch and learn provided by some community members was very respectful, and we really appreciated everyone taking that time. I want to speak specifically about my perspective as a teacher and with youth. Some other members have spoken today. The Youth Empowerment Services and Homeward Trust in Edmonton peg unhoused 2S LGBTQ youth between 30 and 40%. Right there, that statistic is significantly higher than how many queer youth we have represented in the population. That's happening right now in our city. I've heard a lot of people speaking today about the increased need due to legislation coming both federally and provincially. And I just want to highlight that this concern isn't just related to new measures that have been happening. In 2020, Queer Flex, an LGBTQ gym, was forced to close permanently after harassment and doxing. This past year in October, there was a hate march that marched through the streets of Edmonton. As a teacher, the Barnett House was hosting a pride flag during that time and was the victim of a hate crime that is still currently under investigation. My own husband attended that protest and was spit on by other members of the public shouting hate speech at him. This isn't a new issue for us. We've called on this many times. It is time to take action, and I do believe that this city council is the right council to do so. We've gotten this far before, and so I really want to highlight the importance of making sure that we get something on the books and not just good conversation that makes us all feel better. We need actual dollars, and we need it quickly. And so I encourage all of you to vote yes in support of this. Thank you so much.
And thank you. Next, we'll go to Hannah Hamilton. Hannah, please go ahead.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. My statement today is short and sweet. I'm just throwing my voice behind the incredible folks who have spoken before me. I encourage you to establish this advisory committee. Edmonton is a very diverse and inclusive city, but our work isn't done. Oh, sorry, I'm out of breath. I just ran upstairs. We need to ensure that every voice is heard, especially those of marginalized communities. Having a dedicated advisory group for the 2S LGBTQ community is crucial for so many reasons. It ensures that our unique perspectives and needs are considered in municipal decision-making. From policies on housing and business to community events and initiatives, our input is invaluable. But it's not just about representation, it's about accountability too. By having an advisory group, we hold our city councilors and officials accountable to their promise of inclusivity. It's a tangible way to ensure that our community isn't just an afterthought, but an integral part of the conversation. We are currently really lucky to have a council made up of allies, but sadly, that hasn't always been the case, and as we've seen recently, could change in an election. The past year has been difficult and scary amid a notable rise in hate crimes, threats, and protests against drag queens and transgender people in particular. In fact, police reported hate crimes based on sexual orientation rose nearly 72% between 2019 and 2022, the highest level in years, according to Statistics Canada. I have privilege as a white cisgender woman. While I identify as queer, I have spent most of my life as straight passing. Coming out in my adulthood and witnessing firsthand what that discrimination feels like was a brutal awakening of how much further we have to go. And sadly, my children have also bared the brunt of bullying at school just because of my own sexual orientation. What happens here in Alberta should concern all Canadians who care about human rights and the future of our country. The proposed parental rights policies are a direct attack on trans and gender diverse youth in Alberta. These policies span healthcare, education, and sports and have prompted an outpouring of criticism from advocates, community organizations, parents, the Medical Association, and Alberta law professors, to name a few. These recent events only underscore how a 2S LGBTQ+ advisory group provides a platform for education and awareness. We can work together to advocate for change and create a safer and more supportive environment for all individuals in our city. Having a visible presence within our municipal government sends a powerful message of acceptance and affirmation to all LGBTQ+ youth and adults alike. It shows them that they belong, that their voices matter, and that they have a seat at the table. I urge you to consider the establishment of this advisory group and to continue to lead and show an example to all of Alberta what true inclusivity looks like. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to JC Menin. Please go ahead.
Hi, good morning, councillors. Tansin Natsigasu, Wapipi Usquewa, Utsinia Treaty 8 Territory. My name is Jason Muneen. I'm a Cree woman and WAVE member here in Edmonton on Treaty 6 Territory. I'm a proud older sister and older sibling figure to many 2S LGBTQIA+ youth. So today I'm also not speaking not just as an ally, but as a member of the community for the need of a working group. In my culture, I was taught that children were sacred, and it is up to us to make all children feel safe. Following the moves by the provincial government towards our trans and non-binary youth, we are not doing our job to protect and have adequate representation for them. It is in the spirit of reconciliation to stand against colonialist policies that aim to harm our communities, especially our youth. You might be asking yourself what role your city council plays in making change for our community through your involvement, and it's safe to say you play a huge role. You set an example for Edmontonians as the voice of our city with the growing attacks across the province and in the city. It is up to you to make a stand and commitment to our community. Alberta currently has the largest population of transgender, non-binary folks in the country, registering at 12,480 people that have lived in the province in 2022. What I want to see is involvement from my community as advisors in bylaws, policies to adequately reflect the growing numbers of 2S LGBTQIA people to ensure the safety and input that may indirectly or directly harm the community as a whole. This importance should not be understated. Right now in Alberta, our provincial government has made moves that directly harms our youth. It is a very scary time for our youth to be existing, and our community aims for protections and representations to ensure that hate does not have a voice. When hate takes place in any level of government, but particularly provincial, hate will feel safe existing. What we see from hate is that hate will not stop until the persons it has such hatred to is totally exterminated, which is why we must make sure now that we stop it and make a commitment to an advisory council that will step in and also protect our LGBTQIA people. It starts as a relationship that can only lead to better protections and ideas. And these ideas and people are worth protecting. These are people that I consider my family. I am especially emotional speaking on this issue because as someone that is also Indigenous, I have lost and almost lost many two-spirited friends and family that should have had more time here on this earth with me. And I'm so horrified of the day that I hear that I lost another family member, a sibling, and I refuse now to lose more. The rates of suicide among our youth are exponentially high, especially for our 2S LGBTQIA+ youth. And I do not want to lose more loved ones, and I do not want other people in the city to lose their loved one as well. It is your commitment to providing a committee and your stance that speaks for the people, and I want you to say that you will protect them. As a big sister, all I want for my family and my chosen family is to feel safe in a city that cares just as much as I do. And I want you to say that you hear me and you hear us, and that we matter as citizens of Amiskawakahaigan, Edmonton. Hi, thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Quinn Wade. Quinn, please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Quinn Wade, and I'm currently the Housing Project Manager and Cultural Program Designer with Edmonton Two-Spirit Society. Safety issues in public surrounding The public spaces surrounding individuals who are Two-Spirit or Indigiqueer are not new. However, they are unique from both Indigenous communities and LGBT communities at large. Two-Spirit Indigiqueer individuals face a higher likelihood of experiencing verbal and physical harassment, violence, and sexual violence due to the duplicity of being who we are, both Indigenous and queer. We are already at higher risk and identified as part of the LGBT plus community amongst hate groups. The rate of gender-based violence for Two-Spirit and Indigiqueer individuals is higher than in any other group. Without affordable housing, many of our community is currently houseless or at risk of being houseless as we await the implementation of the housing strategy. In the meantime, other steps must be taken to keep our people safe. Section 7 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms reads, everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of the person and the right not to be deprived thereof, except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. In the spirit of this right, the Edmonton Two-Spirit Society supports this motion, providing that the resulting engagement and advisory committee include the voices of Two-Spirit and Indigiqueer organizations and individuals. However, while it is understood that the city processes are often slow, we also understand the urgency of the matter at hand. The current proposed timeline of at least 12 months by admin is frankly not addressing the urgency of the situation, but rather looking at this as a long-term solution. While this is a step in the right direction, it is imperative that safety in public places be addressed much earlier than a year from now at best. I personally have experienced countless, sometimes weekly incidents of verbal abuse and threats from various strangers and unrelated individuals simply because I look androgynous or because I look gay. As an intersex person, I cannot blend in on a binary gender, and nor should I have to, just to feel safe. In my community, these incidences have occurred in Edmonton at bus stops, on street corners, and in parks and other public places. They have been increasing in frequency and severity over the past few months. Twice in the last 4 months, I've had my own life threatened by two separate strangers who are unrelated to each other and who didn't know me. Once at a transit stop in the city, and once while standing on public property on the south side, attempting to enjoy my day. I reported both of these incidences. However, the barriers I encountered with having to prove the incident occurred as a hate crime, and reliving the incidents while going through the reporting process further re-traumatized me. This is one of the many reasons that I can see that it would be understandable that people don't report to police. It's not about the stats. It's about our lives and our health, including our mental health. And I'm not the only person experiencing this. A recent monthly update of the housing needs assessment in Edmonton showed the following. When asked the question, what barriers would prevent you from accessing Two-Spirit housing or programming, 85 of 92 respondents answered they were afraid of experiencing a transphobic or homophobic incident. I ask you to think about that for a moment. 92.4 of respondents are afraid to access programming designed for them because they may experience a hate-related incident because they are Two-Spirit or they are Indigiqueer, and that comes from outside the programming itself. This includes, well, in transit to and from this programming, outside where any programming event is taking place, including festivals, land-based programming in public parks and other areas, and other programming taking place on public property. With all due respect, well, this engagement process is desperately needed in the long term and is a sign that hate incidences against 2S Indigiqueer and LGBT communities are finally being recognized by the city as a valid cause for concern and action. We simply cannot wait for more than a year for that action to happen while human lives are increasingly at risk at an alarming rate. Moreover, the year-long engagement process is only the first part of addressing this issue. We need action sooner than a year or more from City Council. We need concrete commitment from the city to accelerate the engagement process, to insist that urgent action be taken with dedicated resources to reduce violence against Two-Spirit, Indigiqueer, and LGBT community members in public spaces, and do more than establish a working group or advisory council to determine what actions we take. We need urgent actions before more lives are lost, either to suicide due to the constant harassment and violent threats on public property, or due to criminal acts that cause death and harm to LGBTQ plus individuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Wes D. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Hi there. My name is Wes. My pronouns are they and them. I'm non-binary, I'm transgender, and I'm queer. As Echo spoke of during the first panel, our life expectancy is very short. At 30 years of age, I'm considered an elder. I'm also an Edmontonian of 12 years. Today, I'm here to affirm this report to express my support for the Safe and Inclusive Public Spaces recommendation. We desperately need an action plan, as it's been already highlighted by so many great speakers. 12 years ago, I moved to Edmonton as a cisgender woman to attend Bible college. I hold a Bachelor of Arts in Theology from Vanguard College, where I underwent informal conversion therapy for 4 years. Conversion therapy that continues today at this school in Edmonton. On that note, I am the first transgender person to have received a degree reprint from Vanguard College with my new name. This reprint happened in 2024, 78 years after the establishment of this post-secondary institution in Edmonton. Currently, we're in a place governmentally. We're seeing higher levels of government placing aim and blame on the 2S LGBTQ community. We really need protection. It's time for Edmonton to step up and to work to keep us safe. There's a basic human need for safety for all of us. And when it comes to queer folks, there's an additional need for understanding that can only come from the source. In order for us to be understood, we need to be heard. And in order for us to be heard, we need to be seen. And in order for us to be seen, we need a basis of safety to come out of hiding. From my understanding, a goal of this recommendation is to build trust with the queer community. We cannot build trust where we do not feel safe. Often in my personal life, I fill out forms that say male, female, or prefer not to disclose. Only as of recent years am I counted on our annual census. I was uncounted by governmental choice for much of my non-binary journey. I was not given a box to check nor a voice until recent years. And suddenly the whole province knows what a pronoun is, but they didn't hear it from us. They heard it from a cisgender, presumably straight, white woman on the internet. Why can our voices not be heard and why can our words not be spoken? It's because of a lack of safety. It's because we are drowned out by those who speak over us, for us, usually speaking against our existence. And there's a saying that goes, build it and they will come. Create safety where we feel unsafe and safety will be there. Queer folks will come out of hiding. We will feel seen. Listen to us and we will feel heard. And once we are seen and heard, understanding can flow from that relationship, but safety has to come first. And the recommendation is right. This is an intersectional need. I'm a former youth housing worker, and most of the youth on my caseload were queer kids. Queer kids who had been kicked out by their families, often because of their identity. Prior to that role, I was a family support worker in partnership with Children's Services, another space where I saw parents press the eject button on their kid's seat at the dinner table because of their queerness, because of who they are. I also speak from a place where I lost my own mother to transphobia because of who I am. It's a time for Edmonton to progress. As a queer and non-binary person in Edmonton, I do believe in our city's capacity to keep my community safe. I support this report and its recommendations. I believe in the formation of a 2S LGBTQ+ committee and the implementation of an action plan. I believe that our city has an opportunity to protect queer folks. Now is the time, councillors. It's time to stop sitting idle. Trust needs to be built, and so let's lay the first layer of these bricks. Thank you so much for this time.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Rowan Morris. Rowan, please go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Rowan. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them, and I represent Trans Rights YEG. I had originally decided that I was going to come and speak on my personal experience as a trans person in Edmonton, but I believe that has been done already. So I want to talk about some points that have been brought up already today, as well as a few other pieces of perspective that I think will be valuable to this committee's formation. I want to start by saying that I haven't always lived in Edmonton and I haven't always lived as a man. I also haven't always lived as a man in Edmonton. So I'm coming to you from a variety of perspectives and a variety of praxis. The city of Edmonton, for me, before I was able to come out as trans, was a beacon already. It showed as a place that was progressive because Pride went down White Avenue every year. It showed as a place where I could come and discover myself due to the prevalence of the amount of institutions that were here. There were services that I could access. There were people that I could meet other than the opportunities that I had had while I was living north in Fort McMurray or comparatively in other small towns across Alberta. This is not a unique experience. People come to Edmonton and they start to learn who they are. We already are a beacon for the gender diverse and the sexual minority community within Alberta. There is a precedent already in the city of Edmonton to have a dedicated group working with marginalized community to further their inclusion within our city. One thing that I really want to bring up is that the city of Edmonton holds a Pride brunch every single year, but this committee doesn't exist. We can't only be a benefactorial body for the city of Edmonton. The queer community can't only be a cash cow for the city of Edmonton for a Pride festival once a year. We can't only be a philanthropy effort for a brunch once a year. We need to be on paper. We need to be on policy protected. People in Edmonton do support this. I have 4,000 people following me on Instagram under the guise of Trans Rights YEG. 4,000 people that support trans rights in Edmonton. 1,000 people who attended a rally in a park that took 3 days to plan. With 72 hours notice, we were able to pull 1,000 Edmontonians in. And I also want to bring up that in 2019, I understand that this was a tabled issue. However, the climate in 2019 was incredibly different. Trans youth weren't under attack. So I understand that it wasn't something that was brought up before. However, that doesn't mean that since then, this community hasn't been harmed. Since then, we've seen a devolution of the queer and trans protection that exists within the city of Edmonton. Just a few hours south of us, we can see this happening in Westlock. How soon is it going to be until a petition like that pops up in our city? If we're not equipped to be dealing with that by having an advisory committee, I am fearful that the exact same thing will happen. The Wellness Center in Edmonton for queer and trans health has a multiple year wait. People come to this city because it has the opportunity for them to live as themselves. There's a provincial gender program in the city of Edmonton. The city of Edmonton needs to recognize that many of our citizens need this service that doesn't exist yet. We need to be able to have our voices heard. We need to be able to be protected by our city. We need a city that has a design that fits us. Right now, the city of Edmonton is perceived by many trans people, myself included, as being uninclusive by not having this. By not having this initiative, I don't know that I can go to a rec center and have the staff there trained in equity, diversity, and inclusion to not misgender me or to allow me to go into the change room that I would like to use before I go swimming. I don't know that somebody is going to not make I don't know if somebody's going to make a comment about my top surgery scars while I'm at the pool. Am I going to be supported if I go to the city of Edmonton saying that? I can't know because this doesn't exist on paper. Because there's nothing to signal to me that the city of Edmonton is a safe place, I'm assuming that it's not. And that's how we get to the point of people going to other cities. If we want our individuals to stay safe and stay in Edmonton, this committee is not only a need, it's essential. It's a foundation. I, for one, am shocked that it doesn't exist already because of the sentiment that I've seen from the city of Edmonton. We have allies on this committee who are asking important questions. We have allies in this room who are showing up and contributing to an important discussion. So I think that it's better late than never, but that this committee does need to happen, and I'm happy to support any movement toward its inception. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you. Next, we'll go to Chris Beasley. Chris, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak. I'm here on behalf of the University of Alberta Students' Union to urge, as so many others have done so far, for an action plan for discrimination and on hate, as well as the creation of a 2S LGBTQIA+ advisory group. This is a very personal issue for me as a queer man, but I'm here today on behalf of the thousands of University of Alberta students who live here in Edmonton. I want to begin with an explanation of the scope that Council is dealing with. A full third of U of A students right now identify as something other than heterosexual. That represents around 12,000 queer Edmontonians who are U of A students alone. That doesn't take into account anybody who's not a U of A student. Beyond this, around 4.3% of the U of A student population is non-binary or another gender. That's again 1,500 City of Edmonton residents who are non-binary and another gender. And these numbers have been climbing steadily, and we expect that next year these numbers will be even higher. These are residents of Edmonton that will need an advisory group that proactively works with the city to advise on the policies the City of Edmonton develops over the course of their lives. This is not a short-term opportunity for better policy creation, but a long-term one to help students and to help community members co-create the City of Edmonton that they want to see and advise on it. There's a demographic boom coming of young people who will age into old people if we let them, because people finally feel slightly safe in being themselves. These are also students that will want to be settling in, starting businesses in, and giving back specifically to the cities that are proactively working to support their needs. And I think Edmonton can really capitalize on this by providing those supports in the form of not only a proactive plan, but a long-term advisory committee as well. But I also want to talk about the needs that City of Edmonton residents have right now. My students who identify as non-binary or queer are at higher risk of hate crimes, of transphobia, and of homophobia. And this has been spoken to eloquently by many of the people that have spoken before me. We know that gender identity and sexual identity both make individuals more likely to be victimized. And I hear these students a lot, especially from students who are victimized on City of Edmonton transit, who've experienced hate crimes or faced harassment simply because they held hands with their same-sex partners. Part of the reason why I want this, and this is a small goal, but public displays of affection shared with a partner of the same sex, or public displays of affection in general, should not be a luxury that's only allowed for opposite sex partners or heterosexual partners. But so often when we're not dealing and addressing with homophobia and transphobia, it becomes that. And so many of my friends and my loved ones have to self-censor the ways in which they display affection for their partners in City of Edmonton-owned property. And that's something that is really worrying and I think should be worrying for all of us. But beyond the risk of victimization, the city's service delivery needs to be evaluated to ensure that it is serving all folks, all folks that exist anywhere on the spectrum of equity denial, and that it's serving them appropriately. At the University of Alberta, 35% of transgender students have lived in unhealthy or unsafe housing within the past 2 years. That is a staggering and horrifying statistic, but it's one that also presents an opportunity for work to be done. If we know that transgender youth are in higher need of supporting housing, then that changes how services need to be delivered. And those changes need to be advised by a standalone advisory committee. We talked a little bit briefly earlier in our conversation about how we proactively and properly allocate limited funds. If we know that there are needs or that folks have unique needs of our services, it's important that we have advisory committees that help us meet those needs with the best use of the city's resources and make sure that our services are the most effective possible. Food insecurity was also most prominent in our student community among disabled students and transgender students. Again, this is another need that has to be met and that the city will need to meet with advisory capacity. Ultimately, I want to thank you folks for listening to this and really want to stress how many people will live in Edmonton 10, 15 years from now that are queer, trans, and non-binary, and whether or not they have an advisory committee that is proactively helping develop policies, as well as advising on policies that are already being created to make sure that the most effective use of city resources happens at all times to effectively meet the needs of folks with unique needs and needs that are not generalizable or cannot be rolled in with other committees is incredibly crucial. And so I urge Council to approve the recommendations in this report, to strike a committee and to do some of the immediate on-the-ground work for queer students as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Dr. Christopher Wells. Please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Pleasure to be able to join you. And I just want to take a moment to thank and honor all of the 2S LGBTQ individuals and groups who've spoken so personally, passionately, and eloquently to the importance of this motion before Council. There are just a few things I want to accentuate or highlight based on what has already been said. First and foremost, this is an important leadership opportunity for City Council. When I reflect back, we can be proud of our community here in Edmonton for the tremendous leadership that they've shown in the past. And we can go all the way back to your colleague on council, Michael Fair, and Sherry McKibben, and the tremendous work and honor that they contributed to our community and indeed to our country for advocating on so many issues, including our 2S LGBTQ plus community. Also, our Edmonton Public School Board that was a leader in passing the first standalone sexual orientation and gender identity policy, and certainly our school board trustee there, Michael Jans, will remember that well. And how important that was to our community here in Edmonton. And what was also mentioned was the longstanding Mayor's Pride Brunch, and that was an important event to bring visibility, to bring voice, to bring representation to our community and show that the 2S LGBT community is important to the city of Edmonton and has always existed within our city. And as was mentioned, the leadership that council showed on conversion therapy, that was critically important in supporting and encouraging other municipalities all over the country to take action against conversion therapy practices. And we know, for example, the bylaw passed in the city of Edmonton had significant influence on shaping the federal legislation that has criminalized conversion therapy practices. So we never discount the important leadership that City Council has shown on so many issues. I think this committee this motion is also about creating this committee. Is about not only addressing needs in the present, this current moment when we've seen rising hate and discrimination, but also in the future. That's why we have these committees to also be forward thinking, and they're really important in terms about creating systemic change, right? And we know how important that is. That systemic change is how we address equity issues. It's just not one-off or one-time interventions. We need to have continued resources, continued focus, and a continued emphasis. Culture doesn't shift overnight. In fact, it can take years, but it's through sustained commitment and dedication that we can indeed shift culture. I think it's important as well that we do have a defined mechanism through a committee to engage with the city and the 2S LGBT community. We've heard from many speakers about the importance of youth issues, but what we haven't heard yet is also the importance of our seniors. Many of our 2S LGBTQ seniors have to go back into the closet when they enter into care facilities or they're engaging in services or supports within the city out of the fear of homophobia, biphobia, transphobia. Parks and recreation is another issue that has been mentioned. Facilities and transit, as well as pride events and celebrations. City of Edmonton grants that maybe have not been as inclusive as they should have been, or dedicated and targeted towards the 2S LGBTQ plus community. It may be surprising for members of council to know that the 2S LGBTQ plus community, contrary to popular stereotypes, is more likely to live in poverty. And the big reason for that is because of societal discrimination. So ultimately, this is about safety, inclusion, and community well-being. We know, for example, protests at libraries and on our streets that have targeted the 2S LGBTQ plus community have not been dealt appropriately with the police. And those kinds of protests create a culture of fear and anxiety in which our community lives. We could describe it academically as this notion of anticipatory violence, where we have to begin in self-surveillance, wondering where the next attack might come, or we lose confidence in being able to access important venues like the library or recreation facilities or other parts of our city. Ultimately, right now, we need allies not to back down, but to double down. And I'm a bit concerned with this notion that this is a budgetary issue. I will just leave you with the quote from Martin Luther King Jr., who famously once said, "Budgets are moral documents," and that is the challenge before council. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Sherry Heschuk. Sherry, please go ahead. We can't hear. Oh, there you go.
Thank you. Just wanted to thank everyone for
this opportunity, as well as for all of the speakers and for council being here today. My name is Sherry Heschuk. I'm a level 2 track and field official, and I have been at Pan American Games, youth Pan American Games, as well as events that have taken place in our city. As a Canadian and as an Edmontonian, I wanted to show my support for the Action Plan and Advisory Committee in consolidating this attempt, and I guess this call for action for our vulnerable communities and incorporate a safe and inclusive engagement that we can all be supported by and learn from. I believe that the speakers before me had talked about the patterns that have historically been in place related to the struggle for many of our students, many of our participants, and obviously much of the LGBTQS and two-spirited individuals. Next slide, please. I will go to the next slide. I know that I have been previewing some of the guiding principles related to what we consider our decolonization, as well as Indigenous-led initiatives. But I really want to be able to say that we're looking to afford safe and responsible research, creative work, obviously, and knowledge mobilization. And I think that's the biggest component to what I've been hearing from the speakers today on how we can foster collaboration across, we consider these traditional boundaries, and perhaps codifying research areas to meet these goals. Next slide, please. I realize that research can empower the vulnerable in our city, and how does this research compel us, and what does the research actually do for us? So I am going to be running at a time, so it's just a reminder that we have a sensitive we could have sensitive research areas involved here, and how are our participating researchers being affiliated with a number of our components here. So next slide, please. I believe that we should look at what are the guidelines for research partnerships when we do these and have these opportunities for research partnerships. They can be effective in a way to affirm whether or not there is an option to have a component to propose that we not exclude women or trans men from sports, specifically in regarding their age, their hormonal status, and of course, their level of performance. Next slide, please. I think I can quote, in addition to violating some of the eradication of rights of our sports participants, we need to be able to protect our vulnerable. And how do we do that in Alberta? Next slide, please. Just to acknowledge where some of this information is coming from, I want to be able to foretell, if that's possible, or create maybe a strategic goal within this framework of the advisory committee to build equitable, competitive opportunities that are fair and prioritize the education of students. And actually, this is a direct quote from the strategic goal from the Alberta Schools Athletic Association, or ASAA. And they actually provided these strategic goals in their last motion to be carried, and they were in December of 2023. So the committee has carried these amendments, and under the notice of Section 5, under activities and seasons of play. So I think we need to formalize these opportunities within some of the policies that are actually part of what we are doing in sport. And I think the comment was also that in an open letter to the province and the premier, was that there has been harassment of individuals at sporting events, and to prove that they were not trans for participating in an actual event. And I think that causes harm in many ways for a number of our youth, as well as our homophobic, transphobic, and all the issues that might be incurred when we actually step foot on a playing field. I think preserving choice for children and youth, as was announced in this open letter was a way in which we can afford a better option for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Cheyenne. Miko.
Sorry,
Kie.
that was really important to do that.
Kanse Kakian Weg Maganak. Hello, all my relatives. Cheyenne Miko Keheo Nit Sigason, Egwa Wikas Nit Sigason, Miss Kuchas Kaigan Otsinia. So my name is Cheyenne. I use they, them pronouns. Sherry, could you please mute your mic? Thank you. For those who don't know me, I'm the executive director of the Edmonton Two-Spirit Society. And I just want to thank you for adding me to the speakers list today. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to make the meeting, and so I appreciate getting a chance to have my voice. For those who don't know, E2S is an organization that has existed in Edmonton since the early 2000s in various kind of stages of different working groups. So that means that Two-Spirit people have been doing work within the resurgence movement in Edmonton for many years and overlapping the time when Michael Fair was actually in a leadership position within our city. So I think it's really important that we're a part of this conversation, being that we are part of the community and being that our organization is really doing a lot of intentional work, as you heard my colleague today mention our needs assessment that is currently ongoing. I wasn't personally aware, of this meeting. I want to thank Evan Westfall for bringing it to our attention. We found out last week at a very kind of short notice that this meeting was happening. So I'm appreciative that we could be here, but I have a bit concerns about how this meeting was shared to community to be able to bring their voice to the table today. And maybe I missed an email, so please don't, I'm not trying to shade you or nothing, but I personally wouldn't have known about it if Edwin hadn't reached out. As a queer and trans person myself and an Indigenous Two-Spirit person, I have both personal and professional stakes in this conversation and obviously in our community in the city. I myself am a trans person, and even though I present somewhat visibly feminine sometimes, a lot of times I don't. I present in whatever feels right to me that day. And as a drag artist, we talk a lot about drag queens, but as a drag artist, I often don't also feel safe in my own city. Walking down the street near Evo when there's a hockey game on brings me fear, especially now with the current rhetoric going on in the city. But I think it's really important to note that from a professional perspective, I've heard a lot of people today talk about their personal experiences, and I'm just going to be echoing a lot of those same sentiments if I speak to that. So I'm going to shift over and talk more from a professional experience. We see a lot of Indigenous community members leaving their reservations or their settlements to come to Edmonton to find safety and security as an Indigenous, queer, or trans person. They come to Edmonton, they migrate here to find supports and services such as E2S. But it is now no longer as safe for them to come to a city like this when there's no real kind of supports being kind of amplified within the city council itself. And I think this speaks volumes to the leadership issues in that I don't see myself represented in city council. I don't see myself, I don't see people like me in city council. I don't see queer and trans people making decisions for our community. And so that's why I think this community is actually really important, because this is going to provide some representation to leadership to hear our voices and to have an opportunity to actually make meaningful change. My issue though here is that I would really cautious us to not use this as a checklist, that you're just like, oh yeah, queer and trans topics are really big in the community right now. Let's create this committee. It's going to take a year to get everything done. And then what happens next, right? So we want to ensure that this committee will be heard by city council and that we're not just being tokenized, and that the committee is going to be heard, and that the next steps and the actions to come out of what they heard in the report are actually going to be implemented and supported. I also want to echo Chris's sentiments on the comments around budget. Budget restraints cannot be an excuse to prevent this committee from moving forward. What are our lives worth to city council? I urge you to reflect on that. If a budget constraint is what's preventing you from supporting our community, then I have larger concerns about why we're talking here. So I would encourage City Council to find those funds in a way that would ensure our voices could actually be properly represented within the community. I think this is a really good step. And I think it's really amazing to see the city have these conversations. And while we understand that city processes take time, we would like to see more immediate action, especially in regards to the UCP policies. We can't have a committee not be actionable in a time when we have policies that are going to be further alienating us. So thank you so much for adding me to the speakers list today. And I do support this. I just hope that we can see meaningful, impactful change come from it and that it's in a good timeline. Hi.
Thank you. Okay, I am just going to, we'll go to speakers, or we'll go to questions of the speakers. I'll just ask my colleagues to sign up, please.
Councillor Principe, David is online.
David is online. Okay.
Plamondon.
Oh, from panel 1.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought it was after we spoke to panel 2, we go through the list again. But should I go through the list now?
Sure.
Probably? Okay. Yeah. So I'll call again for Ray Madge. No. Finian St. Dennis. David Plamondon.
Hello.
Hi there. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. And I apologize for joining the meeting late and missing my first opportunity to speak. I'll first start by just thanking the council for allowing me to participate in this, and also, more importantly, thank all of the voices of the community members who have spoken up and shared their experiences. I have lived in Alberta my entire life, and I've lived in Edmonton, for the entirety of my adult life, which is now 25 years. And I'm extremely thankful to have grown up in a community that was, against the stereotypes and the lived experience for a lot of people in Alberta, a lot more progressive and a lot more open for the queer community. As a cisgendered straight male, my voice isn't going to carry nearly as much weight as many of the other speakers here today, but I have and will continue to use both my voice and my platform to stand in vocal support of the entire queer community. As an Indigenous person, I fully believe and support in the need for strong community supports for everybody in our community, especially those who are most vulnerable. And I am absolutely disheartened to see other municipalities in a province that I've spent my entire life in wasting both time and resources on bylaws and legislation that is intended really to only hurt those who are most vulnerable and who need the most love and support currently. I think it's absolutely vital that the city take a vocal and public stance in support of the entire queer community, and that Edmonton remains a beacon and a community-focused area where the queer community can feel supported and feel loved. I also happen to own a business on Alberta Avenue, where we have a significant amount of vulnerable population, many of whom do overlap with the queer community. And I've seen firsthand the impacts of hate and just a lack of general basic human rights given to the queer community that results in self-harm, suicide, becoming unhoused, substance addiction, and a numerous level of other impacts that have taken away and robbed from those community members just the basic human decency that they all deserve. So really, just from both a perspective as an Indigenous person, as a community member, and as a business owner, I think it's absolutely vital that the city of Edmonton take a public stance in opposition to what many other municipalities have done, and show that we do care about those who are most vulnerable, and that providing basic human compassion is one of the most Edmontonian things that we can do. Thank you so much.
And thank you. Now we will go to questions of the speakers. So I'll just ask my colleagues to sign up, please. Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think I'll turn to Dr. Wells to begin with. Dr. Wells, we heard that, well, let's put it this way. Statistics show that in Canada, there's about a little under 4% of self-identified LGBTQ2S+ individuals as represented by the population. In Australia, it's 11%. And then we heard today that at the U of A, it's a third of the population that identifies. Can you speak to why there could be those disparities?
Yes, thanks for the question. Part is who's asking the questions and the trust that people have in sharing personal responses, sometimes worrying about unwanted disclosure or secondary victimization by sharing that data. But I can certainly echo what the University of Alberta has said when we've done surveys. In fact, across 16 post-secondary institutions, roughly, anywhere between 25 to 30% of students, including at MacEwan, around 25% who identify somewhere on the sexual and gender diverse spectrum. Perhaps even more interestingly, when we look at Edmonton Public School data for the first time ever, they've begun to ask demographic questions related to sexual orientation and gender identity, and it's upwards of 30%. And so I think you see generational differences, certainly, comfortability, visibility, understanding of different identities as well. But the statistics will fluctuate, but I think we know pretty safely and significantly that this is a significant minority community here in the city of Edmonton.
Yeah, so safety and trust, it sounds like what you're saying, are paramount. So where there is a low trust environment, you're going to have low self-reporting. Where there's a high trust environment, you'll see a high trust reporting. Is that what I'm hearing?
Absolutely, and that as well dovetails to the conversation around reporting, for example, hate crimes and incidents.
Yeah, okay. So to that effect, and I hope this isn't getting too tough, but I think we need to face some of the reasons that we're here today, and that is that there is a movement of communication in the public, and this is exacerbated by political statements and political quote-unquote leadership that conflates issues around different aspects of the queer community into one thing, and then conflates the worst actors, just like we would have in any community, with the entire community. And so what I'm talking about is things like issues surrounding trans individuals, trans children, and the idea of protecting children from trans individuals or from even contemplating the fact that they might be trans, and that this is just evil people pushing a narrative in order to harm children. And, and we've seen this pattern in minority groups being repeated over and over again throughout history. And I'm just wondering if you want to speak to that, because that is a big part of why this is such a hot topic conversation today.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of well-organized, in particular far-right groups that are targeting, minorities is something we've seen in many countries, and is now here and very evident in Canada and in Alberta. And I think that's one of the reasons why you're certainly seeing the federal government introduce the online harms bill to be able to have better checks and balances on particularly social media. And when these social media conspiracies or this misinformation or this deliberate disinformation happen, what we're seeing is now it's mobilizing actors to move from online to offline protests, which we've certainly seen here in the city of Edmonton, that really compromise safety, inclusion, and well-being in our communities. So I think it's really important that City Council step forward and clearly demonstrate leadership to show that this is a safe, welcoming, affirming, and supportive community. And that needs to happen not just through words, but through concrete, tangible actions and with direct engagement with the 2S LGBTQ plus community.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Principe. I just want to assure Chris and Shan, everyone else that has participated, that budget will not get in the way of getting what is to be done, right? We would want to absolutely stretch those dollars to be more effective, absolutely, right? But I just want you to assure that, because from my perspective, building an Edmonton for everyone includes everyone, right? And everyone must feel safe and included and respected in the city. Maybe I'll start with Chris. Maybe first of all, I think another experience I want to share with Cheyenne. Like you said, this should not be just a tokenism. Like we have created WAVE committee, we have created youth committee, we have created disability committee, and also transit committee, and all those advisory committees have been successful in shaping policy at city, and that's how I would see this as well, shaping policy and programs at the city. Maybe I'll start with you, Chris. Have you seen in other jurisdictions creation of such an advisory committee, and if there's anything that we can draw from?
Yeah, absolutely. I thought the background report that the city administration produced was well done and has given some of those best practices. I think you heard from Toronto, particularly Vancouver. And Vancouver's created a couple of different committees, including one that focuses specifically on parks and recreation and specific to the trans, non-binary, gender diverse community, which you heard many examples today because some of those needs are different. And to the other point that was raised, our community, it's important to recognize, exists in every other community. We're different that way, so sometimes it can be dispersed as well. And so that's why I think it's really important to create, this mechanism where your city has the opportunity to hear from many different individuals with lived professional experience. Because too often what happens is, and I know this firsthand because we have good relationships with different city agencies, they'll reach out and they'll contact us directly or they'll contact other groups directly, but that's not really consulting and advising with the entire community. And it's not equitable. It's not necessarily even sustainable. People step forward because we want to provide support. So I really think that this committee is an important step forward. It's an important piece of leadership, and hopefully it will inspire other committees or councils and communities across Alberta to follow in similar kind of measures.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I think another aspect that I look forward to is understanding and finding connection, the intersectionality of all the many issues that we're facing in our community when it comes to equity, lack of access to resources. Many communities get impacted, right? So how do we create that allyship in a broader way, that one group helps the other, right? And that we are actually working together instead of working against each other. I think that's another thing that I look forward to in this conversation as well. I want to go briefly to Quinn Wade. You said concrete commitments are needed, right? Can you elaborate on that in my last maybe minute and a half? What do you mean by that?
Well, sometimes we get in these advisory committees, and I was on the accessibility advisory committee for about 5 years. And sometimes what happens is we make a commitment, but it doesn't necessarily go anywhere. And I've seen that happen. Like I've seen it go places and I've seen it not go places. So we need those concrete commitments that, this isn't going to be an advisory committee and then it just sits there afterwards. We make all these recommendations and nothing happens. We've seen it with the TRC, not with the city, but we've seen it on some of the advisory councils as well. That's starting to change, but it was more of a push kind of to say, look, this is really important. It needs to happen. And it needs to not sit on a shelf somewhere after this committee is formed. When we start making recommendations, those need to be heard and those need to be actioned on. And we need concrete plans to do that action and make sure it happens. So it doesn't sit there even if council changes.
Got it.
That's what I was.
No, thank you for that. I absolutely agree that we need to walk the talk. If we come up with a recommendation, we need to implement them. Thank you so much for that. I am almost out of time.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Paquette?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Keep pressing the wrong button. Maybe that's a sign. So I'd like to maybe ask our last speaker, Cheyenne, a question if you're still online. Yep, okay.
I am, yep.
So pursuant to the questions I was asking of Dr. Wells, I would assume that a committee, as proposed, would love to tackle the issues that I raised and unpack all of these different, I guess, methods of attack that maybe people who are turning this into a political issue and trying to turn it into a culture war issue. You'd love to unpack that stuff to show the truth of these matters. And I'm assuming that that's something that this committee would be very interested in, and that is to dispel myths.
I don't think I know what your question is in that.
Oh, okay.
but,
It was surrounding the
like,
trans community.
okay.
And
And even more like with the UCP policy and that kind of misinformation that's being spread through the policy suite.
whichever government. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think there needs to be like a certain level of action that us as individual citizens of the city take on dispelling misinformation. And I don't know if one committee is going to change the ideologies of certain individuals who maybe don't see us as human. But I think it's a good effort in like presenting the city's stance that we actually have a voice and that we actually do deserve to be heard and understood. And that maybe there is a campaign that can come out of that committee. What I would like to see the committee tackle is, absolutely dispelling those myths. But, the recent affordable housing strategy had no inclusion of queer or trans identities. And so maybe it's more of getting the committee's voice to be heard in those big policy stuff as opposed to just dispelling myths. Like I think that the education system is going to be really important in supporting that. And so if we have a city council that honors queer and trans voices, it can kind of all shift into place, but they all need to be working like tandemly, right? I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, no, it does. And the education component is going to be a tricky one too, since that is under another order of government. But I'll move over to
Absolutely,
Quinn.
yeah.
And I guess one of the things that we've heard is that there's maybe some challenges with a number of folks in the LGBTQ2S+ community when it comes to economic partnership, and how maybe we are hampering our own economic realities by not ensuring equity. Is that what I'm hearing? To Quinn Wade. Maybe Quinn's off. Maybe I'll move that over to Dr. Wells then. Oh, there you are. Okay.
I just need you to repeat the question here.
Yeah, so one of the things I was hearing is that, when it comes to things like affordable housing or social exclusion, trouble getting jobs, not feeling safe, this hampers the economic activity of the community. And so maybe some of the work that could come out of this committee would be finding a more equitable and safe way for this community to add to the economic strength of the city of Edmonton. Is this what I'm hearing? Am I hearing this correct?
Yeah, well, absolutely. But I mean, part of the issue is we have a very vulnerable population right now that's, at risk. We've been colonized as Two-Spirit people basically right out of existence in a lot of our historical ways. So when we're looking at that, we also have to look at bringing us back in an equitable way, right? But that includes economically, that includes socially, that includes all of that. So when we're looking at that kind of thing, we're looking at making it safer on all levels for people. So that would include economical, that would include through affordable housing initiatives, that would include, socially, like with that education piece, all of that, it's all intertwined with each other, right? It's about social determinants of health too, right?
All right, thank you. Yeah, that's very helpful. And I'm almost out of time, so I'll have to come back for one more round for one last question, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have 3 minutes left before lunch. If you'd like to, go ahead.
And if we can move the motion before we break for lunch, so committee knows that.
So
I think.
Yeah, if you want me to.
You want to move it during speakers, or do you want to do that?
After council.
Should we wait till we're at questions of administration? Okay, Councillor Paquette, go ahead.
Okay, so Dr. Wells, and this is a tough one because in my family, the only abuse of children that we've ever seen was perpetuated by the state and by actors on behalf of the state in residential schools, in child welfare, things like that. And so would it be fair to paint the white straight men who perpetuated this abuse on children to the entire population of white straight individuals in our society?
Well, very complex question. I think we don't want to necessarily always generalize, but we want to look at what are the contributing factors. And so much of this is about power and privilege, and who holds the power and who has the privilege, particularly to create policies or government instruments that perpetuate prejudice or discrimination. There, we certainly know the rise of global populism and hate that we're seeing in our communities is connected to white nationalism. There's very clear evidence of that, and to look at who's leading the protests and what are the purposes and the motivations. And another important part of creating a committee like this and an action plan is showing some resistance to those efforts that are quite simply trying to erase the existence of 2S LGBTQ plus people, much like you have mentioned about erasing indigeneity and indigenous peoples, cultures, languages, and traditions. We've seen this in the past, and now is the time where we actually are looking towards our governments not to be complicit in that, but to step up and resist against that.
Right. So what I'm hearing is that obviously it would not be fair to paint an entire people on the actions of a few and of state apparatus. And so
no, absolutely. Bad faith actors is what we're looking at here.
Right. And so in this conversation where there is a move to paint entire populations with a broad brush, a committee like this can help to identify, like, no, actually there's just like regular everyday issues that we're facing, and we just need a government to listen and stop politicizing our existence, is what I'm hearing. And I hope I've got that right.
Yeah, just let us all live and learn and love and contribute to helping to build our city.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mayor, would you like to put the motion on the
Yeah,
floor?
thank you.
Please go
Thank
ahead.
you. Thank you, Chair Principe. I think I'll move the motion so that the members of the public who are joining us, that we will be debating this motion, that the budget for the social development branch budget be increased by $75,000 on a one-time basis in 2024 from council contingency to fund LGBTQ to SIA plus engagement contract work as outlined in attachment 3 of the March 18, 2024 Community and Public Services Committee Report CSO 1972. And this motion is, I'm moving this on behalf of Councillor Rutherford, who has worked tirelessly on this and worked with my office to come up with this motion. So it's on behalf of Councillor Rutherford. She's not a committee member, but I'm moving it on behalf of her, on behalf of committee as well. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we will break for lunch now, and when we come back, we will go to questions of administration. Thank you, everyone, for being here with us this morning. We'll be back at 1:30.
We are live from the chamber.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome back, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order and start with the roll call. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mayor Sohi will be joining us later. Councillor Salvador is here in chambers with us.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And I'll check for other councillors online. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Cartmill. Councillor Jans. All right, roll call has been completed. I would like to just make mention that the actual motion will read that the Community and Public Services Committee will recommend to City Council, just trying to clarify that. And next we'll go to questions of administration. I'll ask my colleagues to please sign up. Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So whenever we talk about committees, there tends to be sort of expectation versus reality on what a committee can achieve, in that an advisory committee advises, but council does not always follow that advice. And for multiple reasons, it could be legal issues, it could be budgetary, it could be, just actually those would pretty much be the only two reasons. So how do we manage those expectations while also encouraging sort of that full-throated debate and exploration into issues and solutions that could be proposed by the committee?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I think this is done in a few different ways. I think one is an open and honest conversation about at each stage of the engagement or as each stage of an advisory committee. I think it's important, especially early on as we're exploring this, to allow for some exploratory conversations about what could the future look like. And that can always be tempered with, we need to have some conversations about the world of possibilities, where different folks sit within that and their perceptions on them, and opportunities for moving forward. And some things can be done quickly, some things take a lot of time, but I think what we're hearing from the community is a desire for the conversation and the conversation to continue. Another way that we, of course, manage that when we're working with our councillors, whether it is administration working with council or whether it's our committees working with council, is regular check-ins and the opportunity to continue to have the conversations as we move, as we grow, as we develop, and as we learn, and as we implement.
Okay, yeah, no, that's helpful. And it's the same barriers or challenges or frustrations that even City Council faces in our own deliberations on what we can do within our own confines, but also within the confines as described by the MGA or in our relationships with the province, the federal government. So, these are all the realities that we all try to find the best way through within, the challenges that we face. So that's sort of the conversation that could be had with a new committee, is what I'm hearing. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So, okay. With that, I have no other questions.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thanks very much, and thanks to all the speakers who joined us earlier as well. I just had a few quick clarifying questions. Certainly very supportive of the motion that's on the floor. So I think what I appreciate about the process is it's rooted in community. It's rooted in starting with that connection, that conversation with community. Just want to confirm that. Again, hearing support for an advisory council, but are we also open to other outcomes of this engagement as well, if that's where the feedback leads us? Just wanting to ensure we don't have a predetermined outcome.
Yeah, I think that's right. And as we indicated in the report, a bunch of different jurisdictions have dealt with this in different ways. There's certainly an opportunity for a council committee. There's an opportunity for administrative committee. Perhaps it's an action plan. And so I think I think we would see this as the beginning of a conversation that could inform us the different paths we can move forward on.
Great. Well, and you may have, excuse me, you may have answered my my next question, sorry, is that so the What We Heard report will not necessarily be the action plan. It may just be a recommendation of what comes next, or do you think there's a possibility for some of that What We Heard to form the basis of an action plan?
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I just wanted to add, with the What We Heard report, I think that will be primarily setting the stage for the action plan. I think it's really important for us to understand what communities' priorities are for opportunities for safety inclusion in Edmonton. And although I'd be very eager to ensure that we are moving responsively with this What We Heard report, I think it's really important for us to figure out internally, what does this look like? I anticipate there will be many cross-corporate impacts, and it's really important for us as administration to figure out, well, what does this mean for the city? What is our role in supporting safety and inclusion? And how can we best set up the community for success?
Great. And then my last question was just on that point as well, in terms of we've been focusing a lot on sort of the external community of Edmontonians that we serve as an organization. Just wondering as well if we're going to be taking a close look at how we internally support members of the 2S LGBTQIA plus community within city administration as well. I was at a great event the other week, as was mentioned. With some really specific and great advice around how employers can support employees. So wondering again if we'll be looking at, for example, our benefits plan, if it supports gender affirming procedures that aren't otherwise covered.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson, pardon me. I think there's a few opportunities. One, I think there are direct opportunities where we can support all internal employees that identify as part of the 2S LGBTQIA plus community. As you know, I think there's opportunities where we can really reinforce the good work that's occurring within the Pride at the City internal resource group. Though I do think there's also an opportunity for us to better improve how our City of Edmonton service providers interact with members of the LGBT community. As you know, we have a lot of different training opportunities led by our diversity and inclusion team, such as inclusive language. There's also a trans allyship resource guide, as well as resources for transitioning into the in the workplace part of me. But I do think that there's certainly an opportunity for us to better support this work internally as we're figuring out how we better support the community externally.
Great, that's really exciting. And would you see that being part of the work that's contemplated in this motion, or is that sort of ongoing work that that's continuing to happen internally?
I think it's important to ensure that whatever we're doing externally does have alignment with the internal community. However, I do think it's important to note the distinction of how city employees navigate our systems, as well as how our community members are navigating our city and what access they have for safety and inclusion. I do think that there's an opportunity for perhaps for us to leverage some of the ongoing work. I know the diversity and inclusion team is doing an employment systems review to better understand how diverse communities are supported throughout the city and in what ways we can improve our diverse representation of leadership. But I do think it's important to distinguish what is internal work, what is external, and of course, there will be ongoing work in the meantime.
Great, really appreciate that and appreciate the distinction between those two, and also the recognition of the need for work in both internal and external realms. So thank you again so much, really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Matthew, for mentioning Pride in the City, because I was going to ask about that and how they would be incorporated or how their feedback and that would be used within this consultation. I'm just wondering, we've heard from so many speakers this morning that the time to act is now. I'm just concerned that the length of time that it's going to take to pull this consultation together and to do the work is going to be 12 months. Is that right?
Yes, we are projecting 12 months at minimum to do this work. However, that doesn't necessarily mean it's the only work that can occur to support this community.
And what else will be done to support the community?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that question, Councillor Wright. I do think that there are current discussions currently occurring within our community safety and well-being strategy. I do understand that the team is currently engaged with some LGBTQIA+ organizations. However, I do know that there is interest in really ensuring that the work is intersectional and reaching out to different community groups that may have not had the opportunity to interact with the city. I also do recognize that there's opportunities as part of a previous council motion around the Violence Prevention Action Plan. Certainly a lot of discussions happening concurrently around that. There's also potential opportunities, I know, with the the city manager's high-level office. There's no question that there are intersections with what we're seeing for the 2S LGBTQIA+ community and the ongoing work with anti-racism and reconciliation. And so I think those are a few opportunities where we can continue this work in the meantime.
Okay, and I just want to note to the clerk, my time hasn't started yet. Thank you. So is there funding available from the community safety and well-being to fund this, or do we need to go to council contingency?
Yeah. Go
Sure.
ahead.
I will note in. I believe we have Stacey Padbury who can assist from the financial standpoint and where those envelopes may come from. There is some funding, I understand, in community safety and well-being. That said, we have committed to community that we will be having a conversation with community about some of the other priorities and to be able to support in that way. So if Stacey Padbury is on, I'll let her chime in from my financial standpoint.
Great, thank you.
Looks like you may have to come back. Oh, sorry, Stacey.
So you're asking if there is money for community safety and well-being?
Yeah, as well as council contingency, and if we have any other requests that are coming forward in the spring SOBA.
Okay, so let me start with council contingency. Within council contingency, you have about $2.139 million over the 4-year cycle. The issue with council contingency is going to be that it's only one-time money.
Right.
And there is enough money in council contingency for you to do what you would like to do for the duration of the cycle, but you'd have to commit in the next cycle to fund it with something other than council contingency.
Okay. And there's no other
safety and well-being, there's funding, but that funding has been earmarked for some very specific things. So I would say I'm probably not the right person to speak to whether is this more important than the other elements of community safety and well-being. And of course, community safety and well-being has always been funding that you as council have generally controlled what happens with.
Okay. And with the council contingency, is there any competing requests coming through at SOBA?
No, because administration tends not to bring things to be funded with council contingency. So it's not a question I can answer. Like from administration's perspective, no. Whether your colleagues have different plans for council contingency motions, I wouldn't be aware of that.
Okay. Okay, that answers all my questions. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thank you. I think I'll just pick up on that because I know in discussing the preparation for this motion, the council contingency was one for the one time, but the report talks about, 75,000 at the upper end for the one time funding, and then the ongoing funding sort of to do this next phase of work. So I'm just wondering, because I see that we were only addressing the 75,000, and I apologize if Councillor Paquette asked a question. I jumped in about a couple minutes after he'd started talking. How are we addressing, like if you have this motion in front of you and this passes today and it goes to council and council passes it, you had talked about a project management piece, and I'm not seeing that reflected right now in this.
Perhaps I can speak to that. I don't see that piece reflected in this either. the 75,000 on a one-time basis would be used to support the engagement, which could inform questions about next steps. But other the support, administrative support from the city is not included in this, I don't believe, or the ongoing social planner that might be required to implement what comes out of the engagement.
Yeah, so I guess to Stacy, my question to you is, should the number in this be amended? I hear what you're saying, like in 2026, we would have to have a different funding, but we can do temporary one-time multi-year, correct?
That's correct, with the understanding that if you don't then address it in the ongoing budget, it expires.
Yes. But I'm seeing like, can council contingency be used for that other portion in a multi-year one time for the staffing support?
As long as you don't make ongoing, it has been your practice not to make ongoing decisions with council contingency, but you can make multi-year one-time funding.
Yeah, and that would bridge to the next 4-year budget.
That's correct.
I don't know if the mayor is there or not, but I think that my recommendation would be to amend the amount to reflect the full scope required and asked for by administration for this. So I don't know. I guess I'll leave it to committee to kind of circle back on that. And I just want to pick up on one other thread around the fast and slow. I always see it as both and, right? So this is more to Ms. Padbury, to Stacy Gallatley. Do you see that as well? As there's things that, because there is a sense of urgency that we're hearing loud and clear from the community. And I think that there's a lack of trust because we've had these conversations before and they haven't been met with an actual advisory committee, whatever happened in 2018. So I guess, how do we make sure that as we're doing this work, we both understand some of the things that are longer term, but we can also show, are there any opportunities to show some quick actions as well?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. As Matthew Chung noted just recently, I think there are a number of different opportunities to bring forward the work and bring forward what we're hearing through what we're doing in the city, whether that be some of our internal networks and initiatives, or whether that be some of the more community-focused initiatives that are happening. Certainly, we have a large we heard from our speakers interest in housing, interested in the homelessness space, and a number of other files, which will have initiatives going on. So while we may be doing this engagement, that doesn't mean that it's the only work that the city is doing, and we can be threading those learnings into those and other initiatives as they're happening.
Yeah, and I think, I also think about the other portion. I know we split the motion in two, but just again, getting confirmation that some of this engagement would help inform or support any recommendations that come forward in the public spaces bylaw.
Yes, we could certainly open those lines of communications between the two initiatives.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you, Chair Principe.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much. I guess I want to get a little bit clarity. I was going through the March 5th non-regular meeting at council where all the ABCs report. There's 9 committees that report back, and each one included their breakdown of budget, of projected and actual. And I'm sorry to have missed that meeting, but I was kind of tallying up. All except one had surplus, some quite sizable. And I know that the projected budget for next year will be different, based on the actual spending this year. But if I tally all of that up, it comes out to be 179,000 in surplus. Does that money typically just go into the general coffer? Maybe I'll start there. Maybe that's a question to Ms. Padbury.
So sorry, you're calculating the surplus that comes from other programs and initiatives?
This is from the ABCs, yeah. So like Accessibility Advisory, WAVE, ETS Advisory Board. There are 9 that reported on March 5th, and they each had a budget breakdown. And all except one had surplus, in some instances quite bigger than others. So I did a tally of that, and it turns out to be 179,000, which is pretty significant. Which is, I guess I'm just wondering, for next year, if there are surpluses from these committees, could they not go back to the general coffer, but rather, in a fund that can kind of support the sustainability of this particular advisory committee?
Okay, so I would have to look at the details to see how this flows through to the budget, and I apologize. I can't recall off the top of my head, and I don't have those numbers in front of me at the moment. If they are essentially surplus items in branch budgets where not all the money was allocated out, then the surplus falls to the financial stabilization reserve unless we do a specific carry forward of funding. So I just probably need like a bit of time to sort out where the $179,000 ultimately lands.
Okay, that will be helpful. I guess my point is simply, assuming similar pattern of expenses, could that, and this is all kind of within the same realm, same pool of ABCs. Could this not be kind of another way of rethinking budgets and leveraging this resource? And I know that the projected budget for next year might change for some of these, but just considering all things equal. And then I guess just to the social development folks, I guess I'm just wondering a little bit about the rationale of doing an engagement with a consultant first versus having a social planner that builds relationships and establish some foundations. Because the 2016 report to me was a consultant doing the research already, but what lacked was like that second piece. So I'm wondering, like, sort of the thought process of having one, like the sequence of this rollout.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I'm happy to take on that question. I think one consideration that we're seeing in social development is that it's really important to build relationships with our communities throughout the entire organization. And I do think that given the limited trust, limited kind of opportunities and relationships that we have with the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, it may be more advisable to rely on the expertise as well as the community buy-in through a consultant. There's also some power dynamics that we need to be aware of that we're trying to manage as part of the consultant work as well. We recognize that there's institutional barriers, and just bringing in a consultant may level out any perceived kind of concerns around safety of conversations. It allows community members to speak authentically, and overall just allows us to ensure that we properly understand what the needs are from our community partners.
Yeah, I hear you on that, but I will argue, isn't it a city that does need to build that relationship, build that trust back up? And because at the end of the day, consultant produce a report, and they won't be holding those relationships for the city, right? And so I'm starting to kind of question the sequence of this and wondering which one is really important to kind of get in place first before the next step. My time is out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Yeah, maybe just on that first, I guess I want to, and I appreciate what you'd suggested about wanting to build trust. I guess I would want to check, I'm not sure we're the order of government that has to worry about building trust right now. I think we've done a lot of work over the years, and certainly not perfect, but to Councillor Tang's points, I'm wondering if there's a slightly different order. It just feels like to take that amount of time when I think you can sort of co-create that with community and start up the work together, it sort of allows us to be a bit faster and have the right people working to build up that relationship versus sort of externally on that. So I guess I just wanted to, like, because I have a ton of faith in the team who's here and the work that you've done over the years. So I guess that's sort of where I'm at on this, and I wouldn't mind your thoughts.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Knack. I think there's certainly opportunities for us to really refine the current engagement plan that we've put forward. I do hear both yourself and Councillor Tang about the importance of just being thoughtful around sequencing. I think one piece that we would have to kind of figure out and kind of address as a collective, as of right now, we do not have an immediate fund for a social planner to oversee this work. And so that may involve us thinking creatively around perhaps are there other internal resources that we can use, for example, or how may this sequence as part of the budget request?
Or, yeah, and that was going to be my piece, which is that if that amount were to be amended to include the 80,000, which would then bring on that person, that would potentially allow you to consider it different than what you've suggested if we just approved the 75. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Okay, then I think because I think there is that desire to move more in that direction and to provide that, I would actually want to amend the motion to strike the 75, to change the 75,000 to 155,000. So I'll make that motion officially.
Okay.
Amendment officially. Thank you.
Thank you. We have an amendment on the floor. Anyone to ask questions about the amendment? Councillor Paquette? No questions on the amendment. Anyone else to ask questions on the amendment? Councillor Rice, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Principe, and thank you all the speakers this morning. And I want to thank administration bring those reports, really detailed reports with attachment come back, and that is demonstrated to make sure our speakers' voice and what's their experience mentioned that to be heard and for this community. So then my question is related to the reports and also related to this 150,000. Because in the reports, attachment 3, we're talking about the council-led and also administration-led. For these two type of committee, and the cost estimates and the information you provided is different. The difference could be between 40,000 and 255,000. So I just want to understand right now, I'm a little bit confused for the outcome for the motion, because at the beginning, my understanding this is for just the consultant work. And then we doing this, we leverage consultants resources and to do some engagement work and then get action plan. So I saw the headlot, and right now by adding more, and is to me the confuse is, do we do more? What's the outcome? And then right now the outcome is we are focused on the council-led committee, or we are focused on the administration committee. So the line is not clear to me now.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. I'm happy to provide some clarification on that piece. I think as of right now, in terms of whether or not we will be doing a council-led advisory committee or an admin-led advisory committee, I believe that should be a part of the discussions with the external consultant and the working group, and we would have to canvass with our community stakeholders to see kind of what their preference is for how we can support the overall community, pardon me. There are some distinctions between an advisory committee versus a council-led. First, around advisory committees led by our councils there, they do have to follow bylaws and work within the structure of kind of their main meetings and subcommittees. So this could have impacts on how frequently, for example, the committee meets and their decision-making ability, whereas an admin-led committee is more open and can provide some more options. So just to give you an example, that $410,000 figure, that was based off of the Safer for All Task Force report that was done in 2021. It did involve a consultant who oversaw this work. It also included payments for personnel, honorariums, facilitation, engagement, and report writing. That would look very differently if we were to run with an advisory council led by council committee instead there. So there are implications for depending which route community would prefer. And I just think it's important that our community partners, when we do the engagement, they do understand that the advisory committees, depending on if they're council-led or min-led, are very different. But it's important that they have the full context of what the implications are, especially with regard to budget.
So if that is the case, and then my question to Councillor Knack. So this 85,000 is just one FTE to be added to the social development branch, regardless. And then at this stage, we don't know it's a council-led or administration-led committee. So is that correct?
Yeah, so this would allow the addition of an FTE, and because we'd be funding it through council contingency, it gives us a chance over the remainder of the year to some of the questions we heard earlier about whether funding would be something we would want to make permanent by increasing the levy or potentially reprioritizing within our existing ABCs, appreciating the point we heard earlier that there's a surplus in that area. So this is just a way to start the work this year and then figure out over the next 9 months how to fund it on a more permanent basis.
So if that is the case, and back to the administration attachment 3, and when you provide 2 scenarios, and for the funding source you requested, and between council-led 40,000 and communication-led 255,000. So that will come after this first consultation work be finished.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. That is exactly correct. We would have to see what the findings of the engagement are with the working group and the consultant would be, and that would determine how much money is recommended based on what their feedback is.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much for the clarification. So right now we are ensure consultant work, we're ensure 1 FTE will be both covered under this 150,000. Okay, I saw the head nod. Thank you very much. Back to you and Chair Principe.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. I will ask some questions now at this time, and I'm not sure if administration is able to answer these questions. And it would be to the mover of the original motion if he were here. Just wondering why this was not added originally in the original motion. I don't have any background. I don't have an understanding as to why, and I have a hard time amending someone's motion when they're not here to explain on it. I don't know if administration can give me any background on it.
Sorry, Councillor, what clarification are you looking for from administration?
As to why this wasn't added in the original motion. I understand Mayor Sohi and Councillor Rutherford have been working with administration on this motion, and I'm just unsure why this would have not been added into the original motion, but he's not here to ask the question of him. As I'm saying, I just have a hard time changing someone's motion when they're not here to explain as to why, like what the reasoning is there. And I don't know if you have any background information as to why it was 75,000 and not 155,000.
I apologize. I can't speak to that.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, as a point of order, maybe as the chair, you do have flexibility if you want to ask Councillor Rutherford, who, even though it's not technically her motion, I know she helped draft it. You have that leeway if you want to potentially ask her. We've done that from time to time, and that may help give you the answer to your question.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Knack. That's a great idea. Councillor Rutherford, are you able to speak to that?
Yes, I can. In talking and working with the mayor's office, we were wondering about the ongoing nature. I think we were hoping, was there any potential for that to be done within existing admin resources, for example, with less subcommittee work on other advisory committees? And we weren't sure about what pool of funding best to use for the ongoing nature. So we decided, well, we know for sure, let's put the 75,000 in for the council contingency for the one-time funding. And then based on the questions that we get, there was always intended to be a second portion to address that if administration needed extra resources to make sure this work happens. Does that answer your question?
Okay, so my understanding is that 75,000 was considered to be the base just during this discussion, and then from answer.
No, in the attachment 3,
right?
It said for the next phase of work, admin identified in that table 75,000 in one-time funding and 80,000 in ongoing funding for this next phase of work. However, we weren't sure why that FTE was needed and had further at that time, and so had agreed to work on that, addressing the 80,000 through questions of admin. And based on their answers today, I think it was clear that they need some extra funding. And I was also heard from Stacey that we could do ongoing. We're still choosing just to do 2024 because that gives administration time to see how, with the change in subcommittee responsibilities, that changes their capacity in other ways, as well as look at the engagement on the community safety and well-being. So just allows us some time to bridge that conversation to make sure that this is properly funded.
Okay. And then I'll ask a question of Councillor Knack. So the intention is for 2024 only for FTE, and then funding to be found elsewhere starting 2025?
Yes, yeah. I mean, you know, there's a few different ways it could go. We could have council contingency one further year to get us through to the next budget cycle. We could, to Councillor Rutherford's point, look at the savings or possible savings through the ABCs, through the reduction of subcommittees, or I mean, we could choose to just add it to the tax levy. But I think it's too early to make that determination, which is why I just wanted to change the amount but leave the funding sources contingency right now so that we can get the 2024 work started, the first phase, and then we'll have a more clear picture of what phase 2 would look like for 2025 and closer to the end of the year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Thank you. So just for everyone's clarity, can we, and I think this is what Councillor Rice and maybe the chair were getting at. It seemed that the initial ask was a deliberate amount to ask for, and that this added amount is unclear at this point as to where it will be allocated and for what purpose. And if we can just get that really super clear, I think that would probably help the understanding of the conversation. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can ask of the mover if you have an answer.
Yeah, so this 80,000 additional would specifically look to bring on the one FTE now instead of waiting, so that they can sort of work together with the engagement folks on that co-creation versus leaving it solely in the hands of a consultant engagement, which my worry would be sort of the length of time and the process that's going. So this brings on a city FTE to help aid in this first phase of work.
So basically, got 75K for a consultant, 80K for an FTE. And if we just went with the 75 for the consultant, we'd still have to do the FTE right after that in order to get the work moving to the next step. So it would extend the time period. And then if we did both simultaneously, what that does is it gives the consultant and everyone consulting with a direct tie-in with administration. So not only does it accelerate the timelines, but it's also actually more efficient. Is that sort of what you're
correct? And that
saying?
was something that Councillor Tang was suggesting earlier. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That reason. Absolutely.
Yeah. So there it is. That's the answer. Saves time, increases efficiency. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Tang, go ahead.
Great, thank you. And I like how you put it that way, Councillor Paquette. That's exactly what I was thinking. I like to just maybe get a little bit deeper into one of the context around the 2018 decision. Understanding there at the time there wasn't kind of the funding, and I think I heard in one of the speakers there wasn't much of the community interest. I'm wondering if there's other context around that decision. My understanding is that we were anticipating a governance review as well. Was that also one of the reasons why back in 2018 this direction didn't move forward? Oh, Matthew?
Pardon me, Councillor Tang, I clicked the wrong button there. I think there were a few kind of discussions that occurred back in 2018. I do know that a similar conversation took place about whether or not some of this work could be addressed through the Women's Advisory Voice of Edmonton. But I do believe there is recognition that although there is overlap with gender marginalization and the issues we're seeing in the 2S LGBTQ+ community, it's important to recognize that how these different groups navigate through society, it's very different through our institution. So I do think that a lot of it was just trying to figure out what is the right kind of avenue to do this work. However, I do want to point out too that no further direction was provided following the council discussion.
Right. And I think, and it is true, we did have to have a proper governance review of all of our ABCs. And, but, and I think that report came and went, and I don't actually recall saying there was necessarily a gap, et cetera. But it doesn't mean that it's not there. And I think in one of the speakers also alluded to the fact, for example, the WAVE coordinator, could they kind of take on some of this work? And I just want to confirm that's not the option you're thinking. You're thinking this will be a new person.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor Tang. As of right now, given that there are reduced subcommittees with WAVE, I do think it's important for us to really figure out what this next year looks like and monitor the amount of resources and hours that we are dedicating to WAVE. And I would be hesitant to straight off the gate reallocate some of this time to a potential advisory committee. I think we need to figure out what the upcoming year looks like with this reduction in subcommittees before we kind of figure out a new kind of arrangement. My primary concern is just making sure that everyone is set up for success, and I do think it's important to provide dedicated support rather than reallocating something existing.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I know it gets a little bit operational, but I just want to respond to that comment from earlier. I feel like, so appreciate so many brainstorming from community about how to best use our resources here. But, and I agree with you, some dedicated thinking around this area is warranted. I guess finally, $75,000 for a consultant. In the past when I was working in the city, I've managed $75,000 for public engagement contract. It's a fairly sizable amount. It's fairly sizable work. I guess any thought and any response to the commentary earlier with the speakers around leveraging existing research? There is already a lot done, like a lot already has been done. Is there any way of is 75 too much? I guess is my question. Is there a way for some cost efficiency there we can think about?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Tang. I certainly think there's opportunities for us to think creatively with this $75,000. That being said, I do think given the decision-making that's occurring, even with this funding right now, it's important for us to be upfront about what costs can look like. This $75,000 does include kind of the creation of a What We Heard report, providing honorariums to compensate volunteers in the working group, as well as those who participate in the engagement sessions, along with other kind of expenses. We are certainly open to seeing where there might be some cost-saving opportunities, perhaps collaborating with our community partners, though I do think it's important for us just to have a figure to work with to determine further decision-making around this planning.
Councillor Tang?
Sorry. But anyways, I appreciate that answer. And I think I just flag here because even though some of the research are many years ago, I contributed to some of that research actually, but I think a lot of those findings still very much applies today. So I just don't want those to be forgotten. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions on the amendment. Any further questions? Councillor Rice, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Principe. So it's very good to see, and we have the 5 phases for specifically implement engagement plan. So my question is, I understand that 80,000 we just added is ongoing, and to ensure this work is continue. For the 75 and just one time, and for the consulting. So in the timeline piece, at least 12 months, I just want to understand this 12 months time period is covered for the consulting work only, or is covered for these 5 phases?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Rice. I can provide some clarity around that piece. So as you see in attachment 2, it does outline kind of our plan around how long this engagement will take for us to hire a consultant as well as put together a working group. Our hope is that it would take about 12 to 18 months. This would include obviously those engagement activities, compiling the report itself, and even doing an internal analysis from administration on the What We Heard report, with hopes of us eventually also bringing this back to City Council in an administrative-driven report. Does that provide clarity for you there?
Sorry, if I could also just clarify, my understanding as per the motion as it sits on the table is that the 155,000 is one time. There's no aspect of that that is currently ongoing in the motion presented.
I understand that 8,000 and it will be ongoing, but this time is just one time. And after this, and we bridge that gap and between now and to the next budget cycle. So that is my understanding.
So maybe I'll just step in one more time and clarify. So what's written in here is ongoing. So there is ongoing funding, which means within the year, that is one time. What is on in this motion is one time. Within the year, you will have to determine an ongoing source of the funding for ongoing work. And you'll have to do that within a year because the 155 here is 75,000 for engagement, 80,000 for an FTE. So that would be only for 1 year.
1 year FTE. Okay, so I want to go back. My original question is for the 5 phases. The 5 phases will be covered and under this one time. And so that means to me, and then expectation is we want to finish this 1 phases work and in 12 to 18 months.
Yes, that is correct, Councillor Rice there. So the money that will be put towards the engagement, the $75,000, that does cover all 5 phases.
And also there possibility we could do this more efficiently and to get things done and in the short time, but like based on your reports, at least 12 months.
That is correct, Councillor Rice. I do want to know as well, though, there is a lot of work that we could do to support the 2S LGBTQ plus community. And so I would be hesitant to set the expectation that this is a one and done piece. I think given the financial constraints, we will have to have continued conversations around what this does look like. I do also believe with the findings of the recommendations from community feedback around the advisory committee, whether that's admin driven or council driven, as well as the action plan, that will provide some more clarity on what exactly is needed from a funding perspective to continue this work.
So based on the feedback and based on we heard from this morning and public speakers, and we can see the urgency and the importance of this work. So what my question is there any way we could find it to do this more efficient and get it done as soon as we could, and to really address the certain concerns and certain issues there? So that's my question. So I say that intention, that awareness is there and in the social development branch.
We will certainly endeavor to work with our community and those items which can be moved forward reasonably with community support, that we do those at the earliest opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have an amendment on the floor. I'll ask my colleagues to please vote on the amendment.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Now we have an amended motion on the floor. Any further questions? Anyone to speak? Councillor Knack, would you like to restate the motion?
Sure, or just read out the new, yeah, let me just read it, make sure I'm reading it properly. That the 2024 operating budget for the social development branch be increased by $155,000 on a one-time basis with funding from council contingency to fund LGBTQ2SIA plus engagement contract work and engagement contract work engagement contact work ×2 and support FTE as outlined in attachment 3 of the March 18th, 2024 Community Services Report.
Thank you. And Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead.
Yeah, just to confirm, so shouldn't this say that committee recommend to council?
Correct. That'll be, yeah, that committee recommend to council. Thank you for noting that.
Okay. I'm just to speak when the time is appropriate.
Yeah, I think the time is appropriate. Go ahead, Councillor Rutherford.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to thank everyone that showed up today, all the speakers that spoke with such passion and honesty and vulnerability, quite frankly. It is a scary time, I think, in some of the hate that we're seeing towards members of the community. And I think you're right. I think we need to send a message that that doesn't have a place in Edmonton. And our community members are saying they're feeling unsafe. Somebody asked, one of my other council colleagues asked, why the council contingency? And I think, everything else aside, I think it speaks volumes that this is something that council is saying is really important right now. And something that council is saying we need to move forward. So I think that actually using the council contingency speaks volumes to that. And, I encourage my colleagues to support that and support the amount on the table. That being said, I also recognize this is only one-time funding, and we definitely don't want to be in a situation where we don't make that commitment. Making a commitment today to fund this one-time funding, I think, is making a commitment to this work on an ongoing basis. However we find that funding in the future is inconsequential, but I think that that's the message we are saying if we support this motion today, and it's definitely it's definitely the message that I am sending to community with my commitment to the ongoing work. We see so much value in advisory committees, in the ones that we have established, and honestly, just having had the annual reports at the council non-regular meeting, highlighting, for the amount of funding that is put into them, the return and the value and the direct insights that we get on various topics is so important. And the LGBTQ2S plus IA community is very diverse, right? We think about WAVE and we think about gender. Well, they're still looking at women's issues, and that can be trans women, because trans women are women, full stop. But that doesn't include gay men. There are demographics that WAVE just cannot address. And so this diversity of community needs its own space to gather, to grapple with issues. And I'm really excited to see this going forward. And I thank Mayor Sohi for putting this motion on the floor at committee. Since I'm not a member, it's greatly appreciated. So thank you. And any way I can help with community or with administration and moving this work forward over the next year. If this passes, I'm absolutely here for it and willing to help in any way I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciated listening to the conversation today. And I too want to thank all the speakers who took the time to be with us and for your courage in sharing your perspectives and stories. I also want to recognize all the organizations who are operating here in Edmonton to support and advocate for folks in the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. And I absolutely agree with the speakers we heard from this morning and my colleagues on the need to move forward with this work, and that there is urgency associated with this work. From my perspective, this is a critical part of reaffirming our commitment to building an inclusive, welcoming, and safe Edmonton for all of us. Everyone deserves to live their life as their true, authentic self, and that is unfortunately not a reality today. We know that queer and transphobia is rising and that this community is in dire need of support. I'm also reminded that Edmonton is not an island, and Edmonton is not immune to the kind of hate and attacks we're seeing directed towards queer and trans people. It's already happening here, and with the broader political climate and rhetoric we're seeing in this province, it is poised to get worse if we do not remain vigilant. We have a collective responsibility to stand up, take action, devote resources, and send a message here. While it is absolutely important to do that as individual leaders, there's power in a clear, united message that comes from Council as a whole. Through this work, we have an opportunity to establish a defined mechanism for continued dialogue, representation, policy guidance, and importantly, accountability. And this motion is not just a message for folks in the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. This is a message for all Edmontonians, and I hope a message for other municipalities across Alberta as well, that City Council stands with the 2S LGBTQIA+ community and is prepared to take steps to ensure that they feel safe, valued, and respected. I think this work will further clarify our commitment to protect, support, and defend this community. And while I am not on Community and Public Services Committee, I would encourage my colleagues to support this. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Knack?
Yeah, thanks. First, just making sure it officially gets changed. Technically, this is still moved by Mayor Sohi, which is why I can speak now instead of closing. So you can close at the appropriate time. So I'll just start by again, thanking all the speakers today. I didn't have any questions for the speakers, but in part because I knew that, this is going to be something that was easy to support and critically necessary to support. So I just want to thank everyone for speaking and don't take my lack of questions for you as anything other than just wanting to make sure we can actually get moving on this right now. Also want to take a moment and thank Councillor Rutherford. I know technically it'll say Mayor, so he's the mover, but Councillor Rutherford made the original motion to get this report created and helped craft this here, and so we wouldn't be here without the work that she had been doing on this. Just a few quick thoughts as someone that was on the council back in 2018, and I remember the discussion, I think it was March 2018, and the thinking was that was going to get debated as part of the 2019 to 2022 capital budget, and then through a variety of factors, it never ended up making it onto the actual debate floor during budget. There was a lot going on, and I think for a variety of reasons it never made it, and that's not an excuse. It's just going to be a recognition that was a reality, and it should have gone on the floor, and it should have been passed then. I think it's there's no reason we shouldn't have done it then, even though yes, while maybe there was a little bit different public feedback at the time. It's not like we're at a point, and the challenge now is we're in a much worse point than we were, I would say, 6 years ago, where, as my colleagues have just stated, around the greater number of attacks, both from the general public and frankly from other orders of government who have been very direct in I would say, their targeting of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. And so I think it's even more critical now that we do it, and I'm glad that this has been amended to allow for that work to get moving. As we heard through some of the questions of administration, and again, just offering my thoughts to our city administration as they go forward, being that we're adding the additional FTE, my hope would be that instead of a 12 to 18 month process, we look to see how that additional FTE can help us work in a much quicker way to tap into that staffing resource and to tap into that expertise that I know we'll have when that role is filled, and shrink that time down. I appreciate the desire to be thorough and to try to make sure it's as perfect as you want it to be. But I also just sort of have reached the point that I'd rather us start something that is imperfect, because it's never going to be perfect, even if we take 12 to 18 months. So like, if we can start it in 6 months or in 10 months or whatever that looks like, in partnership with the community, knowing that we're going to continue to modify, we're going to continue to tweak, we're going to continue to adjust, we're going to continue to change. So we can't expect perfection on day one, but let's get moving on it. So I hope that by adding this additional resource, we can look at a different approach, and appreciate some of the feedback we heard from some of my other colleagues around how that might work going forward. So again, just in closing, this is a must now. There is no debate about it. It's really frustrating that 6 years later from that, we're in a worse place now than we were. And it's like, I feel like I want to be shocked, but I'm not right now. Like, seeing how everything is. And so I hope that this is one action of many that are needed to begin to change how people are being treated in our city, how people are being treated across the province. And again, while this is an Edmonton-focused motion, I think to Councillor Salvador's point, I hope that this does resonate with people across the province, that they see this, that they know this is happening, that they know that municipalities can take a leadership role to make sure everyone knows that they're supported here, even if it's not happening from the other order of governments that has chosen to bring forward, I think, very dangerous policies. So I look forward to the next body of work. I hope it's going to be quick. Appreciate everyone here, and I know the community members who have registered are going to be ready and willing to work with us as we go on this journey together. So thank you all, and look forward to supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you. It's such a challenging conversation. I think that what we're doing here is the right thing, and I'm happy to support it. Essentially what this does is help give voice to folks who are vulnerable, folks who have been spoken over, folks who try to assert the fact that they exist so that they can be safe. Look, when I was a kid, I will tell you, if you asked me, I would say, I don't know anyone who's gay or lesbian or otherwise different. I have no idea. I don't think they exist. Of course they did. And more often than not, they were probably the kids who were getting picked on. And I wonder if I was part of that problem. And I may well have been. So when we hear folks say, oh, it's such a small percent of the population, Canadian stats say it's like, what, 3.8, 4%? Then you go to Australia and they say it's 11%. And then you go to the U of A and you hear it's like 25%. All that's saying is that there are some places where people don't feel like they are in danger for admitting who they are. And because the stats in Canada are what they are, that tells me that people feel like they are in danger. And I'll tell you what, I put a post out on social media just saying, hey, guess what? Guess how many times I got upset about people being gay or lesbian or trans, whatever? 0 times. And that post got brigaded with some of the most hateful stuff you have ever read in your life. What prompts that? I'll tell you what prompts it. Some kind of campaign. I don't know where it's from, but I know why it is. That is painting people from that community as groomers or pedophiles or what have you. Well, I'll tell you what, and I'll be very frank. The only pedophiles I have ever seen in my life have been straight men in a position of power or trust. So I don't buy that. And if it happens, it is such a small percentage of the population that it is not representative, just like those straight men who I know were pedophiles, are not representative of the population. But it's easy to pick on a group that doesn't have a voice. It's easy to pick on a group that you may not understand. It's easy to pick on a group if they are different from you, because that's so easy to demonize it. And I know that from growing up as an Indigenous person in this country. Generations of children in my family were abused physically, emotionally, spiritually, and sexually by representatives of the state. So I take great exception and great offense to knowing that other members of our community face that same kind of stigma and face that same kind of fear. They didn't speak Cree in my home growing up because they didn't speak Cree in my parents' homes growing up. They didn't want their children to be stigmatized. They didn't want anyone to know who they were. There are generations of Indigenous people in this country who denied their indigeneity in order to keep their kids safe. And so if we're talking about safety of children, what we really should be doing is, instead of hiding things, instead of demonizing people, we should be casting light and we should be building community. That's how kids are kept safe, through strong community. Not by denying them who they are and making them feel like there is something deeply wrong with them. So if this is the beginning of that kind of work on an official level, I wholeheartedly support it. And for people who are against it, examine your biases, look where it comes from, use some critical thought, and tell me, if you want to, go ahead, email me, with the exact percentages of people who have been abused by people in that community, and I'll show you probably a much larger percentage outside of that community. Let's get real here, and let's stop telling people they're sick or there's something wrong with them, and start finding out what's right. I'm going a little bit over time, but I will say this. If you look for the bad in people, you are surely going to find it. If you look for the good in your neighbor, you will surely find it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much, Chair Principe. I first want to start off by thanking Councillor Knack for taking on responsibility for previous councils not moving forward on this, but I don't think that's your responsibility to take that on. I do also, I want to thank everybody that showed up this morning to provide their perspective, their experiences. I think a lot of those experiences made me more committed to wanting this motion to pass and provide the funding to do the consultation and provide the support to this community that needs it, especially right now. I also want to. I am concerned in Matthew Chung's sort of last statement. I think he said the consultation could take 12 to 18 months. I want to make sure it is a comprehensive consultation, but want it to move as quickly as possible because the community is asking us to take action right now. And I do support it coming from Council Contingency Fund because I think as council as a whole would want this to be taken care of. And I look forward to it the recommendation coming forward to council to vote in favor of it as well. So thank you again to everybody that showed up, provided their perspectives, and please to those on committee, please vote in favor. Thank you.
And Mayor Sohi to close.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Principe. First of all, a big thank you and appreciation for everyone who engaged with this committee and through this committee with council members. Appreciate your input and your ongoing advocacy on behalf of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. I believe that now more than ever we need to support and to stand with the community, and we need to build on our previous work and continue to be strong allies. Rising hate, motivated violence, and increasing polarization in public and political discourse has resulted in the 2SLGBTQIA plus community feeling less safe in our city. And over the past number of months, probably maybe ever since we got elected, we have been speaking quite a bit about the importance of core services. There's nothing more core than public safety. And if people in our communities are not feeling safe, then we need to make sure that everyone does feel safe, and it's a fundamental responsibility of council to ensure that. Equity work is also essential. It is part of the conversation about how we build an Edmonton for all of us. And in my mind, it should not matter who you are, should not matter how long you have lived in this city, how you arrived in this city, what your ethnicity is, what your religion is, what your sexual orientation is, what your gender is. Edmonton belongs to everyone. And ensuring that Edmonton is a safe and welcoming place for all people is also essential to our economic growth, as I saw expressed by the members of the LGBTQ community at the Chamber of Commerce breakfast when the minister spoke about economic growth and opportunities. How could we build an inclusive community if we don't give the people the opportunity to be who they are? I think it's really inclusive approach to economic prosperity that is so important. I want to take a moment to thank Councillor Rutherford for her work and for supporting the community and drafting this motion, and her engagement and other council members' engagement as well. She really has shown determined commitment to advance and really bring this work to the forefront of this council, and working with my office to craft this motion. And I have every confidence that this council is committed to this work, because I have seen this council show leadership on many other equity issues, whether it's anti-racism work, which we are leading. We are leading city when it comes to anti-racism work. We are a leading city when it comes to our commitment to reconciliation and how we are implementing the various recommendations out of the Truth and Reconciliation, as well as the report on the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in inquiry. I think with this motion and the engagement with the community and the action plan that will arise from that engagement will also put us on a path to do the same, to ensure that 2SLGBTQIA plus community feels the same way as other racialized communities, that we have their back, that we listen to them, we value them, and we care, that this council cares. And I have absolute confidence that this motion will pass, and this council will also approve this motion when it comes to our next council meeting, and wish you all the best to the community and our staff to engage, and look forward to the action plan coming forward to for further discussion as we carry on our other work. Thank you so much.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Next, we will move on to item 7.2, And I believe we have a presentation. Okay, wonderful. Whenever you are ready, you can begin.
Thank you. Looks like our presentation's up. Thank you, members of committee and council and councillors that are online for this opportunity to present to you today on the medical services provided by Edmonton Fire Rescue Services. With me today, I have my Deputy Chief of Operations, Brad Kidiuk, and my Assistant Deputy Chief of Operational Readiness, Graham McAllister. Next slide, please. Thank you. To provide some background, our data and research shows us that medical calls to EFRS has risen 82% in the past 5 years. And medical calls for opioids and drug poisonings to EFRS have risen 790% in that same period. Edmonton's population has grown by 10% in the past 2 years and is expected to increase a further 10.4% by the end of 2027. Since 2018, challenges that have risen to the forefront at unprecedented levels for EFRS include encampments, the COVID-19 pandemic, wildland fire preparedness and response, problem properties, emergency reception centers, and most recently, arsons tied to extortion schemes. These factors have all put pressure on resources, increasing our total calls for responses to over 90,000 calls and 95,496 calls to be exact. To mitigate the increasing impacts to our service and our members and ensure that we are prepared for fire-related emergencies while still supporting medical call needs, we know we must adapt and work alongside our partners to find solutions and new ways of doing work. Next slide. This is about prioritizing critical life-threatening and time-critical emergencies and making sure we are there for all Edmontonians when they need us, when seconds count, being in the right place at the right time. Council has, and I want to acknowledge, Council has already made an investment in the fire service and in our dispatch this budget cycle with new fire stations and firefighters, as well as NG 911 and staff. The approach we are presenting today is to be more efficient with our current resources, reducing pressure on our front lines while still maintaining clinically impactful outcomes. We have reviewed what our peers are doing nationally, and the approach we are proposing is being done safely in other cities. I will now ask Deputy Chief Kidiuk to discuss the foundation of our approach to medical calls going forward.
Thank you, Chief Satilny. Afternoon. Thank you for having us here to present. In preparation for this presentation, we engaged 4 of our comparable national peers, Toronto, Ottawa, Calgary, and Vancouver. They responded to our jurisdictional scan that was requested as part of this report. The percentage of total fire department responses of these organizations that were attributed to medical calls ranged from 20 to 62%. Edmonton Fire Rescue, weighing in at 69%, is 7% higher than our closest peer. That 7% difference, based on our annual call volumes to date, can range as much as 15,000 additional medical calls per annum. Our scan also revealed that while Calgary and Vancouver mirrored Edmonton most closely in terms of a municipality operated fire service and provincially governed EMS and EMS dispatch, their primary focus was on life-threatening events. Next slide, please. In 2023, EFRS medical call volume was in excess of 65,000 calls. Data provided by AHS also showed that of the 65,000 EFRS responses, 36%, or nearly 24,000 of those 65, were not determined to be immediately life-threatening or time-critical. Of that 36%, or 24,000 responses, 5%, or 1,200, were events that had a fire-related cause and would have initiated an EFRS response regardless. An example I'm referencing would be a technical rescue type call, an industrial accident, something that would generate a fire response because our skill sets are such that we would aid regardless of a medical emergency. The balance of those 36 or 31,000 31%, pardon me, of the total EFRS medical call volume would not, based on that data, require an EFRS attendance upon adoption of a to be communicated 4-point plan. Drug overdose and poisoning calls, which have added a considerable amount of strain to the system, account for 15% of the EFRS total medical call volume. As a result, and in relation to the annual call volume, that 15% EFRS was dispatched to over 10,000 categorized as overdose or poisonings and or involved naloxone administration. Next slide, please. Based on the Fire Rescue Services Bylaw 15309, EFRS charges $422 per half hour per unit when we send a unit to a call. This rate is used in situations where EFRS has been asked to support an organization or another municipality, most recently seen this last year. This rate is currently not used in the work we do to provide support to AHS. Instead, we are part of a voluntary program called the Medical First Responder Program. While this program is consistent with municipalities across Alberta, the support services provided by those same municipalities differ. This is why Calgary, in effect, does 7% less calls than Edmonton. Their scope of medical calls that they signed up to provide in that agreement is different. I would like to now pass the mic over to Assistant Deputy Chief Graham McAllister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief Kiddick, and good afternoon, Council. Over the past 4 months, the project team has engaged extensively with the Alberta Health Services EMS Medical First Response Program, as directed by Council, and we conducted extensive modeling and data analysis to bring this 4-point plan to committee today. A major focus in the development of this plan was to engage a broad cross-section of Edmonton fire members. We met with more than 360 frontline firefighters, platoon and district chiefs, presented at fire leadership team sessions, and met with EFRS dispatch, prevention, and our training academy. For our conversations in fire stations and while engaging with members around their station kitchen tables, we heard a proud dedication to serving Edmontonians. However, we also very clearly heard exhaustion at the current medical call volumes. We heard frustration at duplication of service, of being utilized inappropriately, and of subsequently being unavailable to respond to truly life-threatening fire rescue and medical events. Next slide, please. We developed the 4-point plan to refocus Edmonton Fire Rescue on our core business, to protect life, property, and the environment. The implementation dates proposed range from March 31st through to June 30th and all can be completed with zero cost. The first 3 points are efficiencies found for the review of service. Number 1, modifying pre-alert processes. Currently, Edmonton Fire Rescue Dispatch is notified by EMS Dispatch if they anticipate that fire may be required to respond. This triggers the deployment of a fire truck and crew. Often, the fire crew is called off en route or at the scene. We're requesting that EMS Dispatch only notify EFRS Dispatch to send out a fire truck and crew when EMS Dispatch is able to confirm that a life-threatening or fire-related event exists. This would be in line with Calgary Fire and will reduce the Edmonton Fire Rescue call volume significantly. It can be implemented by May 1st. Number 2, high-frequency location strategies. Edmonton Fire Rescue's interest in organizations and facilities where robust medical teams are already in place to reduce calls to fire rescue as those locations wait for an ambulance. This includes several hospitals and medical clinics. Within our city, the Remand Center, several nursing homes and shelters with proficient and extensive medical teams. We plan on taking a collaborative approach and only implementing strategies where it makes sense and prioritizes life safety. Excuse me. Number 3, revised lift assistance protocol. Edmonton Fire responds to calls from EMS to help them lift a patient. Data provided by AHS shows that Edmonton Fire Rescue responded to a total of 2,306 events for lift assist support to EMS in 2023. At present, Edmonton Fire responds whenever EMS requests lift assist, even if EMS resources are actually available. Edmonton's process would be amended by March 31st to align with our colleagues with Calgary Fire. By this alignment, Edmonton Fire will still respond immediately to emergent requests for lift assist based on patient condition, but otherwise the request would be processed once AHS confirms that all other EMS resources are tasked and are not available to respond. Could I have the next slide, please? Now, the final point of the plan, as directed by Council, Edmonton Fire Rescue has worked extensively with Alberta Health Services to amend the Medical First Response Plan. This essentially governs which medical events Edmonton Fire will be dispatched to. Like the fire services in Calgary and Vancouver, Edmonton Fire proposes to respond only to medical events that are life-threatening or time-critical. These are the events where physicians have determined what's truly life-threatening, where seconds count. We anticipate that this will decrease the medical call volume by 31%, or almost 24,000 calls. Proportionally to total medical calls, the decrease is represented visually by the dark blue in the circle on the screen. I will stress that this would bring Edmonton in line with the medical service delivered by comparable other fire services across major municipalities in Canada. It's important to note that Edmonton Fire will always respond when called. This focused scope will ensure that EMS dispatch requests service only when needed and not necessarily by default. Next slide, please. I want to go in more in depth into the EMS response prioritization system, which Alberta Health Services has been kind enough to share with Edmonton Fire Rescue. This is used extensively across emergency medical services, both nationally and internationally. A team of emergency physicians, guided by research and clinical outcome data, assign a categorization to every call event type received in an EMS dispatch center for medical assistance. This is constantly reviewed, updated for safety. Now, if we look at the graph, we have 5 colors. One is purple, which is immediately life-threatening, and the examples of these would be cardiac or respiratory arrest. Edmonton Fire will still be going to these. Red events are, again, immediately life-threatening or time-critical. Examples could be overdoses or gunshots. Edmonton Fire would still be responding to these. Orange events, that's urgent or potentially serious but not immediately life-threatening. Examples could be abdominal pain, and this is what we're proposing where we would not be responding to in the amended plan. Examples of yellow events, which are non-emergent or non-urgent, could be non-traumatic back pain. Blue could be general sickness or malaise, and maybe calls that are actually transferred by Alberta Health Services today to HealthLink or 811. Our colleagues in Alberta Health Services employ professional emergency communications officers in their dispatch, and they have an emergency physician at all times in their dispatch center. At any time, they can choose to upgrade a call to purple and red, and Edmonton Fire Rescue will immediately respond without question. Likewise, if there are no available EMS resources to respond to a patient, as long as we're notified by Alberta Health Services that they're on a red alert, Edmonton Fire Rescue will immediately step up and respond to the event, even if calls are outside of the agreed upon agreement. I will now pass the microphone back to Chief Satilny.
Thank you, Chief McAllister. We believe this 4-point plan will accomplish 3 key outcomes. A reduction of medical calls. The implementation of the 4-point plan is projected to reduce the amount of medical calls we respond to by 31%. This will mitigate the projected call increase we are anticipating for 2024 by reducing the projected call volume to just go under the 2023 levels. This will not reduce the number of opioid calls, as they are critical life-threatening. However, this will address the duplication of work as the data has demonstrated and our members have expressed. We need to align with our peers nationally, and the scope of work being proposed is safely being done in other cities today. Number 2, defer the need for a medical unit. With this reduction of calls, we are confident we can defer the immediate need to add a light fleet unit and staff to EFRS until we have a reasonable period of time to gauge the efficacy and efficiency of these changes. However, We have included a model of service and the associated costs for your information in attachment 5. Number 3, improved response times. Based on our historical data, we believe that these changes could result in a 2-minute improved medical response time performance for our outlying stations in the city. We recognize that council and all Edmonton taxpayers are under immense financial pressure, and we believe that this is a balanced approach with safety in key forefront mind. While we could add a medical unit, it would result in a very local impact. The changes resulting from this 4-point plan will impact the entire city by making sure we are there for all Edmontonians when they need us, when seconds count. Next slide. Thank you, and we welcome any questions.
And thank you very much for the presentation. I know we received an email from the speaker saying he would not be able to attend, and he did send his remarks by email to council, but I still will make a call for him just to make sure he's not here. Greg Raymond, are you online? He appears not to be, so we will go to questions of administration, and we'll start with Councillor Knack. Please go ahead.
Actually, I'll wait. I'll let, I know Councillor Wright had moved this motion, so I'm happy to wait on that because I have lots, but I'll come back.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate this report and the great work that went into it. So many positive things in terms of the collaborative work with the provincial medical first responders. Really appreciate that firefighter feedback was really at the heart of this. And also just want to reflect back to, I think will be particularly welcome from social service agencies in my ward that have recognized the impact that they've had on the fire rescue service and, supportive of just getting the ambulance response. So I just had a quick question of clarification. So I think one of the statistics that was shared is that Edmonton Fire Rescue Services attend 49% of all AHS, EMS medical events in the city of Edmonton. And I just wanted to clarify my understanding that AHS would still be arriving on those scenes, but just potentially after Edmonton Fire Rescue Service? Or so is there sort of that overlap in response, or is that filling an absolute gap of when AHS EMS isn't able to come?
Thank you, Councillor. It's a great question. Just to provide some clarity, so with the medical first response plan, we actually determine as a fire service because it's voluntary. So we determine what events we actually respond to. Now, for medical first response, the intent is that we would arrive prior to the arrival of an ambulance and provide life-saving care. So these events are still receiving an ambulance, and we're doing 49% of them. Now, but again, all of these patients would still receive an ambulance. On average, we'll arrive prior to the ambulance or EMS resource about 59% of the time. And when the co-responder arrive at the same time, then our crews actually assist the fire rescue or the EMS resource. And this is why when we talk a bit about the duplication, that was identified by our members. So, and the focus on the life-saving events.
Okay, great. Well, I really appreciate that. That's good clarity. I was also really pleased to hear the news of the provincial medical first responder grants coming through. Great to see some of that additional funding. It seemed to me, though, that our data suggests that it's not really commensurate with the additional costs that we're facing, which I think when we looked at fuel and vehicle maintenance, it was closer to about $1.2 million. Was there any thought or discussion of that in your conversations?
Thanks, Councillor. Yes, definitely. And I think what's notable from our jurisdictional scan is outside of Edmonton and Calgary, there's no other province that we're aware of that was actually compensating their medical first response program or fire service for doing medical first response. We're certainly very glad to see that. It's definitely a start. It is acknowledged as a comparatively small amount, but we're excited to see that move forward. There is also a training grant, which is about $82,500. But yeah, that's basically what we're doing. So we definitely did look at that work as well, and that's why it's included as a slide in here.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I think that's a good reminder of the role that the city plays in responding to those as well. And great to know that we are getting some financial support for that. Lastly, I just want to dig into, the recommendation that we don't bring in a medical response unit yet. And at first, I think my thinking was, would it be an additional cost, or would some of the decrease in the calls that we're experiencing sort of free up some resources to be able to do that, rather than sort of the $2.5 million a year in cost? But am I correct in understanding that because we're seeing that volume increase, we're not necessarily going to free up any resources? We're just going to keep from needing additional resources on top of what we already have. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, that's very fair, Councillor. What we are doing is we're reprioritizing those critical life-saving and life-threatening events. And so as we shift or focus our resources to not respond to the 31%, but actually focus them on the rest of our call volume, that's where we anticipate seeing an improvement in medical response times, especially in the outlying districts where units are more scarce, and we're relying on deployment from other areas to be able to cover off. And so we're anticipating also an increase in fire and rescue response as well, but what we pulled for this report was the medical improvement that we're anticipating.
Great. Okay, thank you so much, and thanks again for the great work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi?
Thank you. I just want to go through the presentation. If we look at your jurisdictional scan results, right? Ottawa is only at 20%. We are at 69%, right? The total number of calls that are attributed to medical calls. Is there any, so they must be doing something different. Is fatalities high in Ottawa? Because, or their response time through their equivalent of EMS is rapid?
No, it's an excellent question, sir. Basically, when we look at right across Canada, like medical calls are going up for all EMS services, and actually internationally as well. So when we look at the different numbers between each of the cities, it's not really whether it's 20% in Ottawa or 62% in Calgary or 61% in Toronto. It's not a reflection of what's actually necessarily happening in that municipality. It's more a reflection on what the fire service in those communities have been assigned to do or are signed up to do.
Okay, okay, got it. Maybe let me ask this question a different way.
Sure.
Like, if we don't show up, if fire rescue doesn't show up to these sites, right, would fatalities go up in Edmonton because EMS is slow to respond?
Based on our plan, sir, we're still going to be going to the critical life-threatening events. So there'd be no change.
Yes, you will, but if you stop doing that?
I think based on the fact we're 59% on scene first, I would have to say there's a potential for that. I couldn't rule it out.
Okay. I think that, so you're providing a life-saving service and you're filling a gap from EMS, basically. Like if you're not there, then somebody's going to die, right?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The risk increases, and so just with this plan, as we're looking to refocus our resources to those calls that you're speaking about, we will get to those even quicker. Mm-hmm. And so if we're not getting, it is seconds matter, minutes matter in all of these calls, whether it's critical life saving when it comes to medical or critical life threatening when it comes to fire rescue response. Yeah. And so we are providing that extra layer of protection for Edmontonians, and this proposal is to even enhance that further.
Yeah. So what would the cost be to AHS if the service that fire rescue service is providing, if that service was funded by EMS, and if you were billing EMS for the service as you do $422 per hour, half an hour per unit, right? For other calls, probably. Have we done any estimate, like if how how much gap we are filling that is left by AHS?
Yeah, and we have done a high level based on that 422 for a half hour.
Yeah.
And if overall, we're looking at a $28 million bill that we would be sending for our time. You know, that's going on average that every call we go to, we're spending a half hour either responding, being there, and then returning to station.
So that's $28 million for medical calls.
For medical recoveries, essentially. Like that's one of the estimates that we have.
That's a lot of money. That's almost 1.5% tax levy increase every year that we are filling in for something that we are not responsible. Like healthcare is not a city responsibility, right? Maybe this is to our legal. I don't know if there's anybody here from legal department. It's very clear that I know there's some ambiguity around housing, right? No ambiguity around health. In Alberta, health is a solely provincial responsibility.
Medical response is the jurisdiction of AHS.
Yeah. I think this will be a good conversation. I'm pretty sure this provincial government will be open to looking at strong data that we can put together that will actually demonstrate that we are actually filling that gap, right? So maybe I don't know, we don't have that data. Maybe is there a way to compile that data and bring it to council's attention? Maybe from there we can build that into our advocacy, because this is I think Edmontonians will understand this as well very clearly, that it's not that we will stop. I'm sorry, I'm out of time. Maybe I'll come back. Sorry.
Thank you for that good time management on your part. I do have a few questions. I'll go next. The $28 million that you quoted, is that all medical calls, or is that just certain levels of calls?
Yeah, that is, it's a high-level estimate based on the amount of calls we go to and allocating what we currently charge as a fee in our bylaw for every 30 minutes.
Okay, so it's not orange or lower level, it's all the levels. Okay. And typically other jurisdictions do attend medical calls as well, correct? Historically, your department has attended medical calls.
That's correct, and across the province, and it's not uncommon across Canada that we've seen, fire services support, and especially in major municipalities, want a higher level of critical life-saving service. A heart attack down the road from a fire station where we can get there within 30 seconds, those seconds count. And, what we're proposing today is, we want to ensure that those seconds count. And, something like a stomach ache, there will still be response, and we will be there if EMS is not able to respond, but we need to focus on that down the street when somebody needs us the most.
Okay, that's great. And I live right across the street from a fire hall, and I feel very blessed because I know you're always there. And those are all my questions. Thank you. Councillor Rice, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to follow up with a question, Mayor. So he talked about the costs for the EFRS fire services response to the medical calls. So based on the report, the information provided, and then we do have that reimbursement and $313 million per year, and to cover the cost for the services we provided and to medical emergency call. So is that the proper number, or my understanding correct? And then that means we do get that money back for the services we provided.
Councillor, it's $313,000 a year.
Oh, not 300.
Yeah,
300,000.
No, we'd be having another.
I was wondering. I said if this $330 million, that would be already covered 1.6% tax rates, and the mayor, so he mentioned that. So that is only $313,000 per year.
Yeah, to give you a sense of costs, you know, we're really looking at $4.74 per medical call. But you know, I don't want to diminish. This is something that is unique, and other services in the country like us are not getting anything. So, you know, we're pleased to have this conversation start and to see that.
So for these two new streaming funding from provincial government to Edmonton and Calgary, so when this will start or is already ongoing?
Yeah, it's started, and it'll last the next 3 years. We currently have it's a one-time grant right now around training, which was the $82,500 that was $82,500 that was mentioned by Chief McAllister, which has you know is quite specific in what it's directed to.
Okay, so I'm pretty happy for the information, like detailed information provided and in the reports related to the medical first response plans and will be updated and implemented by May 1st and 2024. So there are lots of good new information there. Thank you very much. I want to say, so the one question related to the information here is about the building lock box, because I have like the residents in my ward reach out to me to talk about our fire services show up just in order to give the access to open the building and for the emergency response. So does that piece includes in the moving forward actions to reduce our cost response to the costs?
That's a great question, Councillor. Thank you. Now, our data showed there was just over 1,019 of those events in 2023. Now, right now, we do not intend to, because to mitigate the risk, we do not intend to change that work at this time. We're open to looking at different solutions of Alberta Health Services, but presently Edmonton Fire Rescue is not a case where we can actually independently give access to lock boxes or things of that nature to either law enforcement or to another agency such as EMS. So this is going to be require further work, but in the interim we have every intention of continuing to respond to these events when EMS requires us.
Does EMS have their own access to the building, or they have to work with together to get access to the building?
No, that's a great question. It really depends on the property, Councillor. For example, some buildings, from my understanding, much like your individual address, you can actually, if you have a code for your door, things of that nature. So that's the avenue we really want to pursue is there an opportunity for people to actually register? Because what we're seeing is a lot of lockbox vandalism, a lot of lockbox theft as well. So as things become digitized and, you know, so it's really a case of going down that avenue again, but that's going to be more of a longer term solution. So.
Oh, thank you for that. Because I had this conversation with Fire Chief Chu and over 1 year, and then this question still come back from the residents in the area and specifically in the seniors building and for the access to the building, and then they do not want to see the tax dollar be used. Just fire services show up with trucks to give the access to the EMS to get into the building. So I'm looking forward to have this conversation to find the proper solution to really address this concern. So I will follow up offline again.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the information in the report. And so this is the result of
Councillor Wright,
yes?
sorry, we're having a little bit of a hard time hearing you. You're cutting in and out a bit.
Okay, I'll keep trying. You keep telling me if I'm having trouble here. Everything seems to be okay now?
No, it's still cutting in and out.
It's not odd, but yeah, just when I'm coming to speak. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to?
So I guess if you want to allow others to go ahead then, and
yeah, maybe you can sign off.
Great, it'd be better. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack?
Sure. Thank you. Thanks for this report. It is really helpful to have all of this information. Just a few other questions. The charge that we have, and again, I know is like what we charge out to other municipalities. Is our 422 for a half an hour similar to what you would see in Calgary or in other spots? Just out of curiosity, how do we stack up on that front?
It is similar. We are conducting a review because we do want to make sure that we're charging appropriately.
Sure.
For our services.
Okay. No, that's fair. And again, and I don't want to seem ungrateful with the 313,000, but just to be clear, that's the only, like, there's no other money. There's never been a situation where money has been provided. That's just sort of an unwritten expectation or an unwritten agreement that fire rescue services fills in those gaps.
Yeah, I mean, the medical first response program is a volunteer program for fire services. So if you don't do it, you don't have to do it. But, most fire services, and I'm struggle to ask which ones or know which ones actually don't do that program. They all kick in just for the example that I mentioned, and it's voluntary though at the end.
Yeah, I mean, we could choose not to be part of that at all. But that would put a lot of folks at risk, and either AHS would have to step up, and so it's like that's why it's not really so it's voluntary, using air quotes. I guess I'll put it that way. Is that fair?
That's fair, and really the risk is now we're taking a risk management approach outside of fire rescue. We're saying, okay, if we're not available for that fire rescue call, we're going to go to this call because we know it has critical life-saving impacts. And so we're going to pull another unit in, or maybe there's another unit at that station. So this becomes now a risk deployment decision based on those two types of calls.
Okay. With the shifts that you're doing to try to reduce that 31% or 21,000 or so calls, do you have any sense? So AHS knows that you're planning on doing this. Did they express any feedback around how that would affect, because I appreciate we're still going to go to the top two. What does that mean for the third tier for them and their response time, or is that any data that they've shared with us?
Great question, Councillor. And to be honest, the Medical First Response Program, they're very commendable in terms of they extensively provided data to us and worked on an analysis for that. In terms of what the impact of patients for orange to yellow and the blue, that was not shared with us. Nor did we request it to be candid. However, part of the rationale around our ask, because we are seeing about 22% increase in medical calls year over year, so we're actually on pace for about 80,000 this year as well.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Did you? Appreciate you're not looking to bring on a separate medical response unit. It does feel like it would be beneficial, but again, in the world of a tight budget, was there any conversation with AHS around covering the cost of that piece and saying, hey, you might not want to pay us $28 million a year, but we could be better responding if we had 2.3-ish million each year and actually help you with a lot. Was there any dialogue about that? Did you get a sense from that?
No, we didn't have a dialogue on them paying for units, but I know the start has occurred where they've looked at us and looked at all fire services and said, we're going to give you some funding for what you're doing. So.
Yeah, I guess I'd be curious if that's something of interest to them. I imagine that from a cost effectiveness, you're putting this into an existing station, versus them trying to have to build new dispatch centers. So, okay. So, I mean, it's just something I would, if you're having conversations with them, I'd be curious, would they want to consider something like that? Because it could help them. It could help our own staff too, even with the changes that you're making. And that feels like a much smaller cost, overall. So, okay.
Yep, very much open to having that conversation, and we can start some of that work too.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, we'll go back to you, do a sound check.
Let's see if our microphone's working.
No, it's not working. Maybe log out and come back into the meeting.
I don't understand your question. Thanks.
Councillor Salvador, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. and I just had to step out for a call, so hopefully I'm not repeating questions here, but I appreciated the breakdown of the proportion of medical calls in each of the categories. I guess I'm wondering, like, we are seeing such a significant increase when it comes to overdoses in particular. Is that increase going to outpace any, like, the efficiencies and restructuring that we're doing through the 4-point plan? Like, it just seems like such a rapid increase.
That is our concern. Like, in the absence of doing nothing, is that we would hit that tipping point. But this, the intention of this is the trend that we see year over year. This will curb the trend we are expecting to see over 2024. So essentially, Edmontonians, and we know on the outlying districts, will see an improvement, but they can expect relatively the same service as last year as this year, and we would be absorbing that trend.
Right, and I guess, like, my concern is just like how long can we curb that trend for?
And I think we need to, we will continue to analyze the changes and look at the effectiveness and if we need to pivot or move on any of the work that we've done. But this isn't forever and a day. We don't need more resources. This is not today, but we need to evaluate, and tomorrow could be another day.
Yeah, absolutely, and within that context, I think the plan looks excellent. It's just a good, I guess, heads up that we'll be needed to think about this in the coming years. I also just wanted to ask about the impact on just the mental and emotional health of frontline personnel. I know it was mentioned in the report. That's something I think about often. I hear it a lot from frontline personnel, and I'm just wondering, is that having an effect on things like leave or recruitment? Like the exhaustion and burnout, I imagine, is pretty intense.
I think, we have to remember that we've pushed these groups through all of COVID and pushed them even harder with call volume increases, and they're constantly finding ways and adapting to deliver the best service that they can. And the feedback we had across the board was relief that leadership's listening to what's happening on the front lines. They're being heard, and we're addressing some of their key areas, and we're here to do our best for that, and the data tells us that as well.
Great, that's excellent to hear, and I hope that message is being communicated as well. On the provincial reimbursement, I think I got the answer from Councillor Knack's question, but it's just the 313. There's nothing. Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. Do we have a dollar figure for what we think those calls amount to?
Yeah, and just as mentioned earlier, if we were to bill out for a half hour based on the number of medical calls that we have, we'd be upwards around 28 million.
20, okay.
And we know that Calgary has done some work around this. It's not as simple as saying, oh, well, there's 28 million of savings in units, but that would be the value of service that we could provide. And a lot of our service that we're providing, we're offsetting that. Okay, we're not going to that fire call if it comes in. We're going to be tied up at a critical life-saving medical, and another unit's going to come in and take that call, and we're balancing out our system for deployment around that.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi?
So just let me follow up on that. So if we were not responding to those medical calls, the stress on the workforce would be less, right?
I would say there is an impact. I mean, we hear it. We hear it from our staff out at stations.
Yeah.
But I mean, they've signed up to serve, and they will
absolutely. But they signed up to fight fires, right?
Correct.
Not deal with overdose. There's a dramatic difference, right?
There is, and these are unique. They're not your standard medical call where people are bringing you in to show you and you don't have to have any other concerns.
I know firefighters are very resilient people. Absolutely have a lot of admiration for the work they do. But it's impact, and also the workload will be less, right?
Correct. Correct. With this, I mean, if you're talking all of medical calls.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's almost 70% of our call volume, so
Yeah.
the load would shift and our deployment would improve across the board.
But
for
is
fire
it fair then, say, if we were not responding to those medicals? I'm not saying that we should not. I think saving lives is absolutely important. If there's a gap, we are filling that gap. I appreciate that. But if someone else who's responsible filling that gap, were filling that gap, then the cost of the fire rescue to Edmontonians will be less, or you'll be covering more area with less people.
There would be an improvement to the rest of the service that Edmonton Fire provides.
Would you be able, I know have an inquiry I made about the fiscal imbalance and the gap in funding, right? But that is coming to committee, I think, soon. Would you be able to provide some of that information to administration that you were talking about, like we were talking about, what the gap is? So we can, when we're having that discussion, we can have that information available, then we can build that into our advocacy.
We can provide, how often we're on scene first and the time on scene that we're there alone, that really speaks to the gap of when medical units aren't on scene. I will, from a timing perspective, and we were very thoughtful in this approach, Edmonton and Calgary each received 20 new units that we're told of, and they're in the process of staffing them for EMS. And
so, good.
We're optimistic to some degree there, and we have a very, very strong relationship and are able to work out the little issues that arise throughout our time. And I know our operations team meet with AHS quite frequently, just to make sure that we're doing our best to serve Edmontonians.
I think that coordination is so essential, right? And I think I heard the Bill 11 that is introduced is actually coordination about EPS, Calgary Police, sheriffs, and building on that, right? So, like if you're able to build that kind of coordination on the work you already have, but the issue is even though it's the same taxpayer, but the whoever is supposed to be paying for that cost is not paying for that cost, right? In this case, property taxpayers are subsidizing a medical service that should actually be coming out of income tax, not of property tax, right? That's what I'm trying to understand. Like it's that it has to come from an appropriate source of taxation.
Yeah, and we can provide that data that shows that more detailed analysis on how we provide that value over and above to when current resources are available.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much. Look forward to that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, we are on our break, so we will come back at 3:48.
We are live in the chamber.
Welcome back. I will do a roll call of committee members first. Councillor Rice.
Here.
Hello, Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Paquette. Is not back yet, and the mayor will not be joining us right now at this time. I'll just do a quick call for him again. Mr. Mayor? All right, Councillor Wright?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Great.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Stevenson? Councillor Tang?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Hamilton? Councillor Rutherford? Councillor Salvador? Councillor Cartmel? Councillor Jans? All right. Councillor Paquette is not here yet, so we'll go next to Councillor Rice. Please go ahead.
Sorry, Madam Clerk, do I get a first round? Or not, Madam Clerk, Madam Chair?
Oh, sorry about that. It looked like you'd already had a first round, but you're right, you didn't, because sorry about that, Councillor Rice. Yeah, we'll go to Councillor Wright first.
Please. No problem. That is what I'm going to say.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll leave my camera off if that is the problem that was causing this. So I'm just wondering, I'm going to first go to attachment 2 because of the, Chief, where you said that the cost would be $422 an hour, but it's on a voluntary basis, so we don't usually charge that. Sorry, $422 for half hour. I'm just wondering where it shows the other municipalities being at the request of AHS or being at the request of Ottawa EMS. Is that then considered voluntary, or at that time would we then get paid?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Wright. So no, the actual response plan and in terms of what you sign up for is, it's not predicated on when you're paid or where you're not paid. So basically it's the service sitting down and saying, and usually coming up with an agreement with the emergency service, the EMS service, and sometimes with the police service as well, and saying these are the events we'll respond to. And likewise, EMS to fire events, or EMS to police events, or fire to police events. So the actual signing up in terms of, that actually doesn't indicate who's paid or what you're not paid for, if that makes sense.
Maybe a little more clarity. So if Calgary attends a lift assist at the request of EMS, do they get paid that $422 per half hour?
No.
Okay. And I think it was also, it was also mentioned that a lot of jurisdictions across the country don't get paid. Are there some that do?
From our jurisdictions, Councillor, the only two that we actually saw were actually Edmonton, Calgary, and I'm sorry, there's 314 agencies within Alberta in the MFR program. They're all getting a portion of this funding. So the only province that we are aware of that are actually paying their fire service or medical first response is actually Alberta.
That's the only province. And what they're paying is that $313,000, is that right? Which works out to $4.74 per medical call?
Correct. My understanding of they actually, for the 314 agencies, both big and small for Alberta, they put into 4 different buckets based on size of the community and the call volume, and they kept Edmonton and Calgary comparable. So.
Okay. And I am concerned, I know responding to medical calls is not a core service for EFRS or for the city that our property taxpayers have to help support. But I'm just concerned that those that are considered non-life threatening, such as with the lift assist, it might not end up being non-life threatening and could become something more critical. And I don't want us saving taxpayer money, I guess, at the risk of community safety or, potentially human life. And I'm just wondering, so in the case of if somebody falls because of low blood sugar, that could lead to a diabetic coma, or if they have an angina attack or something that makes them fall, and they wake up and they call 911, or if they're, fainting because of low blood pressure, that could mean something else. And I'm just wondering, if we're not responding to those calls, how long does it take EMS to get there? And how long is that person lying on the floor beside their bed?
No, that's a very fair question, Councillor. So if I can give a quick overview. So today, if we're responding to 49% of all calls that come in for EMS in Edmonton, those situations happen today. So, and I think what we have to, in this circumstance, is actually trust our AHS EMS partners, because in their dispatch center, they're constantly evaluating their professional emergency communication officers. They're triaging, and if something changes, they get a call back from the caller, or if they can't send something immediately, they're checking in with the caller or the caller's family very frequently. And they
but
also,
if they're alone, if they're a senior alone in their independent retirement community condo, do the 911 operators, those dispatch operators, stay on the line with them until somebody arrives?
I don't want to speak for HS, but it would be dependent upon the circumstance, Councillor. So I think the challenge with this is in terms of, because technically if we extend that language, that logic, we'd be going to every call to EMS, if that makes sense. So, but I think with this, what they actually do is, and I think they do a very good job of it, is where they actually triage it based on internationally accepted principles, and they're staying in touch with the caller when they can, or at any point they can say, even though we're saying we're just going to go to these life-threatening events, if things change and they need to upgrade it, we'll be immediately responding. Or
Thank you. Sorry, we're over time. Sorry about that.
I'll come back for a second round. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to sum it up, you don't need direction from us because you're already going forward with this work, right? Yeah, okay. And the intent isn't, there will be no material savings, but there will be no increases as a result of this. And we're right-sizing what has been scope creep from the province. In essence, when it's healthcare, they should be responding instead of downloading it onto Fire. Is that all about right?
I think that mostly sums it up, Councillor. At the end of the day, these are calls where we're looking at where we can have clinical outcomes that are beneficial to Edmontonians, and we'll continue to be going to those calls. And if AHS is not available to go to calls, of course we will be ready to go, as we always are.
Okay, so the risk is stated by Councillor Wright is like, okay, so will the province actually pick up the slack for their own responsibility? But from what I heard, it's not really that much of a risk.
If AHS can't go to those calls, they know that they can dispatch us as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely.
But we will be reimbursed.
We haven't gone down the road of any.
Okay, but that's a consideration.
Yep. Sorry, that's not something that was in the scope of this project. Can we do the service but that charge them for it? We didn't go down that road.
Okay, yeah, no, I get it. Okay, so has the motion to receive for, okay, I'll put the motion to receive for information on the floor. And those are all my questions. I think this is crystal clear. Thank you.
Councillor Rice, please go ahead.
I have no more questions. I was just putting my name to receive that information. So Councillor Picard already did.
Okay.
So I will take that off.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I mean, I'm not on committee, so I cannot put a motion on the floor. I guess, so this was the result of my motion, and I don't think I quite got the information that I was looking for as far as, doing that cost analysis as to how much has been downloaded. Although, there's a rough estimate provided of about 28 million. But I guess to the chief, this report is more just to let us know what you're planning to do. It's not to request permission. It's just simply, this is what we planned, this is what we're doing. Is that right?
I mean, yes, this is operational nature, of course. I think it's important that council's aware of what's happening in their fire service and how we're addressing and containing costs as best that we can. And of course, you know, we want to hear your feedback and make sure we're making informed decisions as well.
Okay, so if I had never made a motion, would we have gotten this information? Because it is operational, you just would have gone ahead and done it, right?
Council, I think information like this is important for council to have, and I would expect that I would have provided that information regardless of the report. What the report did, or the motion did allow us to do, is to do a deeper dive, consider where we are spending more time in scope or in areas that maybe we shouldn't be in, as well as explore the feasibility of the small fleet unit, which, you know, today we're not coming forward asking for that or saying that we need that, but you know, that's something that we wouldn't not ask for in the future if we can't avert some of these calls.
Okay, I just do have some more information or questions on the report itself. Again, an attachment to where you're showing, we're not really comparing apples to apples here. So for Calgary, you're showing 12.9% increase in a 2-year period, but Edmonton is showing an 82% increase in a 5-year period. So do you have the data that shows what the change in medical call volume is for that same time period, 21 to 22?
No, not immediately on me, but Councillor, but in terms of where the jurisdictional scan and the other services that responded, they provided what information they actually had to hand.
So we don't have that specific information for 21 to 22, like that we could have aligned the data. Because I'm thinking, okay, an 82% increase over 5 years is really only 20% or less than that, 16%. Which doesn't make it look as, it doesn't look as bad then if we're just looking at a 2-year period.
Yeah, it's on average where we do have the data in terms of going up 20% per year, Councillor, and we can acquire that fairly quickly for your office if you require it.
Okay. Well, I just would have liked sort of consistent data throughout the report, I guess. So I did ask Councillor Knack if he would put forward a motion for me, but I'm guessing that it wouldn't be supported by the rest of committee based on some of the questions and that have come up and the answers that you've given to them. And I'm also wondering about these kitchen table conversations with the firefighters. And I understand, some of the sort of the summary that was provided, that they are stressed out, overworked, and I can certainly see why they would be over the past few years. But there's nothing, again, no real concrete data to support that this is the direction that the members want to see go.
Well, I do think, Councillor, qualitative data like that is important to when we're making decisions like this. And those, whether it's conversations at the kitchen table, emails, or when we're having leadership meetings and listening to the leaders of leaders that are out there, and they're all saying the same thing. That they want to do their best and they'll do whatever we ask them to do, but there's ways we could be making a better impact for Edmontonians. And I can assure you that as we move forward over the next 6 months, we're going to be watching this closely and making sure that there isn't anything that we haven't thought of, and working closely with our HS partners to make sure that this goes off well. And I mean, we're expecting another increase in call volume, so there's definitely a lot on the plate.
That's what worries me is the increase in call volume. Thank you. And that not having the response there.
Councillor Tang?
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. Apologies, I wasn't able to join for much of the presentation, but I thought it was a very clear report. And apologies if you said this already, but do you have the numbers for kind of the opioid calls, for example, back in 2019, pre-pandemic?
We did bring the calls online of what Councillor Wright was asking, but we'll just check if we have that offhand, Councillor.
Okay, sorry, and then you can maybe just share that with me offline. So I'm sorry, I missed that. And I guess one thing I was wondering about is, I'm aware EMS is undergoing their own, is a 4-point, 5-point plan, province-wide, and is there any intersection with the work you're proposing here? Yeah.
No, Councillor, there doesn't appear to be.
Okay. And then I do see the jurisdictional scan of sort of this, the current state across some of these other cities. Is again, apologies if I missed the answer, but is Calgary also doing a similar kind of right-sizing exercise?
No, good question, Councillor. Thank you. To be honest, from my understanding, they evaluate it every year to 18 months. And I'm not aware of them doing anything this time, but I think the starting off point was very much of the area or the direction we're heading presently. So.
Okay. So perhaps there could be, I guess, learning shared across the two big cities. I'm saying that because I think just in what I've seen and observed, sort of at a more provincial level, there are some similarities and some more challenges. Anyways, thank you. That's kind of all the lingering questions I have. Thank you very much for the report.
And Councillor, if I just may add, Vancouver.
Please.
Sorry. Oh,
no, please go ahead.
Sorry, in 2022, Vancouver Fire Rescue did amend to go into only reds and purple events as well. And that was in, I believe, July of 2022.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Yeah, sorry, and I should have asked for it earlier as I'm just reading through the notes we would have had from our speaker. And so I just want to maybe get your sense on because the FFU is suggesting that they would want to hold off. That's what they were going to suggest today, and yet they've flagged the same concerns that you had around the additional workload, things like that. And I think their biggest concern is some of what Councillor Wright's been asking about is what's that mean for all the other calls you're not going to go to now, and so I guess I'm curious, what have your conversations been with the FFU on this? Because I in my mind, like, my reaction is better to start this now to try, to your point, at least try to maintain the same level of calls this year without putting on an additional workload while monitoring it. Hopefully AHS comes in, but I guess I want to just get a sense of what kind of conversations did you have with the FFU and leading into this?
Yeah, early on in the process, they were invited to be engaged, but there was no engagement.
Okay. All right. Okay. So that's part of what you had, sort of the separate conversations at the stations with everyone. So that's how you took that approach. Yeah, I guess I guess it would have been, had our speaker been there, I could have asked questions, because my worry is if you send it back or not take action right now, we're just adding more work to our members in the short term, which I might not like the other alternative about potential impacts on those, whatever the color is, that on the orange calls, there's a risk potentially, and I appreciate your caution and your suggestion that AHS should hopefully do their best to manage that. But if I feel like I'm weighing out the two options, I'd rather take the chance of reducing the response of how many times our members are going out to orange calls, so that they're at least not seeing a further increased workload for 2024, while hopefully we work with AHS on because I think it was Councillor Salvador who talked about, I don't expect the number of calls is going to suddenly go down in a city's population that continues to go up in a substantial way. So your feeling is that's why it's better to take this course of action, work through that, and stay on top of this, right? I guess the big question is, we're not going to stop working on this ideally at the province over the next year because this problem looks like it's only going to grow.
I mean, that's correct. And at the end of the day, you know, we get to a place where the call volume becomes unmanageable. You know, we need to come back to council for either a $2 to $3 million increase per unit, and plus the costs to buy that unit, whichever unit.
Yeah, I would argue, I would suggest potentially, arguably, we're already at that level if our staff are starting to feel pretty run down. Which is again why we need to stay on top of this. I guess the last question I have on this is, I know Alberta municipalities recently passed a resolution, I think it was at last year's convention, around this topic, and asking for the provincial government to support all municipalities who are seeing an increased workload on firefighters from not just the cities, but from some of the small villages, towns, and in some cases some of those volunteer firefighting departments there. So have you had much engagement with because there's the Alberta Organization of Fire Chiefs, I can't remember what the official acronym is, so are they still doing ongoing advocacy on this towards the province to try to help make progress on this?
Absolutely, there's the provincial advocacy group, and of course on the Canadian level as well, recognize that this is a big issue across the country when it comes to opioid calls or the increase in medical calls, and how, you know, fire services they're stepping up across the board.
Which is the right thing to do. It's just a matter of trying to make sure the staff are actually supported in the long term, and their health and well-being is being taken into account. Okay. All right, thank you. I appreciate you letting me just ask those last minute questions, because I only just saw the letter about 3 minutes ago, so I was just reading through it on the fly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, so anyone to speak to the motion? Councillor Knack, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. First, a huge thanks to Councillor Wright for making this motion and getting this report sort of together, and thanks to our team at Edmonton Fire Rescue for putting it together, because to me it does show that we're in a very challenging spot right now. I think it was the second attachment or the third attachment that shows even just the calls for medical services, and how, you know, 18, 19, 20, they were pretty similar, 36, 37, 35,000. And then 2021, 45,000, 2022, 54,000, 2023, 65,000. Opioid calls that you're getting now. Our population's growing at an incredibly rapid rate. This isn't going to be dropping anytime soon, and frankly, it's likely not to freeze. I mean, I'm hoping with your changes, it might freeze this year, but I'm not even confident in that based off how quick we've grown. So actually, I think this is a bigger deal than, like, we need to make this a big deal with everyone, and I'm glad Alberta Municipalities is working on this. I think that's the right organization to lead a lot of this, recognizing that there will be support from Edmonton Fire Rescue and advocacy on that, because it's not a sustainable model right now in Edmonton or across the province with this, and we're seeing that with the I think the burnout that we're seeing from our frontline members. You know, I'm less worried. I mean, I am worried about the cost piece, because, you know, that is $28 million that essentially we're spending that, you know, even 4 years ago, it might have been half of that, but with the number of medical calls. And so this is money that we are absorbing as a city, that, yes, one could argue you would be paying anyways for firefighters to be doing work, and if they weren't responding to a medical call, they would still be doing incredible work within the community to support the community. But now all of that other incredible work that they've normally been doing is not able to happen. That means they're out in the community less, not able to do as much work on proactive and education, which is an important part of fire prevention and health and safety and building stronger communities. So the financial piece is relevant here in this conversation, because truly I think I don't know what happened to my time. I don't know. Anyway, I'll keep going. The financial piece is relevant, if only to make sure that we've got adequate staffing resources, and so that folks can be supported where they need to. And I think this is going to continue to justify, if we're going to keep filling in these areas, it's also going to continue to justify why we need to expand, the number of stations. I represent an area in Northwest Edmonton that is outside of the target range right now, and I know we've approved money to go buy some land, and we're gonna work our process forward on that, but that affects the medical calls, that affects the actual response piece. So, yeah, this is actually a really big deal that I think needs a ongoing focus going forward, and I'm not doubting it's not going to happen. In fact, I know it's going to happen from the team based on the answers today, but I didn't quite understand just sort of the severity of what we're dealing with right now, and I hope that this change will help. But I do worry, like Councillor Wright had identified, that now not responding to urgent / potentially serious piece. I mean, Alberta Health has to make their own decisions, and they've got to decide how to prioritize that. And I do trust the staff who are doing the dispatch, but I think the better solution would be for them to work with all municipalities across the province and figure out a better model going forward, so that we can continue to respond to those calls and we don't have to pick and choose, but that we actually have the staff available to deploy. I think the attachment around extra medical response units, I think that would be a great option for them to fund. That would allow us to respond better. It would allow maybe our staff to focus, you'd have a differentiation of staff maybe who would do that work. But I hope we can have some of those conversations, because we want to help them and make sure the care is getting provided in a meaningful way. So the motion is just to receive for information, but I'll note that it's something I think we need to all stay on top of going forward. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. Even though I'm not on committee, I do want to speak to this item partially because I'm not on committee and there isn't sufficient time to requisition this to council for a full vote with our next council meeting scheduled for after March 31st, when action number 3 is set to come into effect. I do think that the number of calls that we have been taking on has increased only because the province has not stepped up, and I think they're symptoms of other things that are going on in our communities. Things like not dealing with the opioid crisis, whether that's providing safe supply or safe consumption sites, or if it's working with those underlying causes or addressing those underlying causes of mental health and housing that's lacking. I don't think we have enough primary care physicians. And so, people are just staying at home and waiting until something bad happens before they call. I also want to reference a CBC report that I heard this weekend, where now they're shuttling patients out of acute care facilities into hotels because there's no room in assisted living or long-term care facilities for them. And I'm just very concerned that they won't step up. Yes, they've provided ambulances, but I'm not sure what their hiring looks like as far as people to staff those ambulances. And unless they get people in there to be able to respond to some of these calls, I'm just afraid that we're still going to be called upon. And I was hoping that this report might have precipitated some conversations with the province to ensure that we were properly compensated for our fire services time and resources that are being spent with this. So I can only encourage my colleagues on committee to not accept for information, but I don't think that'll be something that will actually happen. So thank you for the information that we've got. I hope we do continue to receive updates on how this is progressing, and I do hope that we do make some progress on it. Thank you.
Councillor Paquette to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So some good advice that I get politically from time to time from people wiser than me is never attribute to malice that which can be explained by incompetence. But that doesn't sound great either. So when we're talking about the province, we know that provincial responsibilities have been dropped where municipalities have had to pick it up. And this has happened over decades. It's just something that happens. Landlord and Tenant Advisory Board, animal control, welfare, you know, all sorts of things. This is yet another item where we step up because there is a gap and someone has to. I mean, we see it with housing too. And one would hope it's not malice, it's not some sort of intentional effort to undermine municipalities, to force municipalities to raise taxes, and to force municipalities to take on responsibilities for which they are ill-suited budgetarily or legislatively, and therefore look like a failure. We hope it's not those things intentionally, but we also hope it's not incompetence. So maybe it's something in the middle. In this situation, what we are looking at is a way to ensure that there's not an additional 1.5% added to people's taxes for a role for which we were not originally designed, and frankly, is out of our legislative sphere. Healthcare is provincial. And so there are a lot of options available to AHS in the province that do not involve utilizing our workforce for roles for which they were not initially envisioned. And is there an opportunity there to maybe come to some kind of agreement? Sure, but it would have to come with remuneration for the taxpayer here in Edmonton for property taxes to offset that. I mean, the province also isn't paying their property tax, so there's that on top of that as well. The costs continue to mount for Edmontonians with no perceivable benefit from the province. On top of that, hey, let's just keep throwing things onto the pile. Infrastructure. We used to get $450 per person across the province. Now it's what, 125? Maybe less. Yeah, less than that. And we've got a mounting infrastructure deficit. So there are costs that are coming to the people of Edmonton that have nothing to do with council or city responsibilities or work that we have to pay for out of property taxes, which rightly they've already paid for through their income tax. And so in effect, this is double dipping on the taxpayer. Well, that's nuts, frankly. And so thank you to Councillor Wright for this motion, because it allows us to clearly demonstrate yet another item. And when will that sink in? I don't know. And people say, oh, Paquette, are you pointing fingers? Well, yeah, darn straight. I am pointing a finger at those directly responsible. Well, 3 are pointing back at me at municipal responsibilities, which I'm glad to carry. So if this is one less frustration on our plate, if this is one less cost to the people of Edmonton, and if this is one more thing that we can do that reduces the amount of stress on our workforce, then I am fully in favor. And I would say to our team, good work, and thank you. And again, to Councillor Wright, thank you for making a motion that would allow us to bring this to light. I get it. Governance is complex. Where you draw the lines can be complex. Sometimes lines get blurred. But the less blurred we can get, the more clarity that we can provide is a service to everyone. And it could be that MLAs aren't even aware of this. Chances are they're not. But we are, and we can sound that trumpet, and we can take it into our conversations intergovernmentally, and we can try to right-size what has been a very tilted playing field. At the end of the day, the province should want to look out for their municipalities and make sure they thrive, because thriving municipalities are the only thing that make a thriving province. That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. All items, public reports have been completed. Responses to councillor inquiries, none. Private reports, none. Motions pending, none. Notices of motion and motions without customary notice. None, we are adjourned.